Namaste, Jai Hind, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching News 18 Network's mega coverage of Bharat's biggest opinion poll, and we'll bring you the stunning numbers from across the country. News 18's best election team is gauging the pulse just ahead of the 2024 election Mahayuddh. Can the NDA achieve their mission of 400 par or 400 par? Will the India alliance be formidable? Can BJP touch 370? Will the Congress better its 2019 performance, or will regional satraps shine? A few minutes from now, ladies and gentlemen, the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll will bring you the numbers that will give you the complete picture. The most comprehensive, exhaustive, widespread Man Ki Baat of the voter on Bharat's largest news network. With me on this very special effort are Managing Editor CNN News 18 Zaka Jacob and Consulting Editor News 18 Network, Rahul Shivshankar. Good friends, colleagues who've made their notes. Zaka is ready with magic on his wall as usual, ladies and gentlemen. But first, the details on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll Survey conducted by News 18 Poll Hub. The methodology: 21 major states accounting for 95% of Lok Sabha constituencies have been covered. 1,08,780 polled with questionnaires in 11 languages, computer-aided personal interviews or CAPI. Total of 518 Lok Sabha constituencies covered, 210 interviews conducted in each constituency, 3 Vidhan Sabha constituencies in each Lok Sabha seat. 5 polling booths were selected via random sampling. This is perhaps the most comprehensive effort by any news network to get the Man Ki Baat of Bharat's Janta, ladies and gentlemen. Over to Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shivshankar, and of course Umesh Jha, the psephologist who's thrown his hat and is sticking his neck out here. Zaka.
Oh, he is the one with the butterflies in the stomach, because if the numbers are right, credit to News 18. If the numbers are wrong, all blame to Umesh Ji. So Umesh Ji, on that note, welcome to Network 18. Welcome to our mega opinion poll. कैसा लग रहा है आपको? This is the typical TV question. आप क्या महसूस कर रहे हैं?
आपने कह दिया, butterfly in the stomach.
But tell us about the methodology. I mean, to have a 1 lakh plus polling sample, it's not an easy thing. It's a massive effort. कैसे किया आपने ये?
Well, it was an extensive exercise by any standards. So we engaged multiple field agencies to cover the 21 states. Each agency was given not more than 2 or 3 states to be covered, to ensure that they were focusing their energy only on those states. And fair bit of effort went into planning of the survey, in terms of getting the questions right, in terms of getting the team up, briefing the team, getting them into the field. And there were very extensive quality checks which were taken into account for this survey, including geo-tagging of the questionnaire to ensure that the interviews are happening where they were supposed to happen. Of course, there were on-the-spot checks done, and there were telephonic back checks also, which were done on the interviews which were completed. So massive exercise.
What's been the error ratio, Umesh Ji?
Well, if we talk about error ratio in terms for vote share, it will be less than plus minus 5%.
Rahul Shivshankar is making notes. You have no questions right now?
Plus minus 5% vote share, error ratio, that's quite significant, isn't it, Umesh Ji, in a statistical exercise as sensitive as this?
Yes, yes and no, because the kind of sample error that we see depends on the total sample size that we have. And this sampling error is at a state level, not at a country level. If I look at a country level, then it will be much smaller, because we have a much larger sample size at a national level.
Now, I just wanted to ask you, because this is something that we discussed a few days ago. You have specifically said that this particular exercise took place after the 5 assembly election results. So it took place after the first week of December. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And did you therefore see that there was some sort of implicit difference between the earlier exercise you took, and also, of course, you again went back to the public after the Ram Mandir inauguration, 22nd January. So did you see a difference?
Oh yes. First round of exercise was done in November 23 before the assembly elections in 5 states, and this current round was done in February. So yes, it was like checking before and after effect of the elections which happened in 4 Vidhan Sabhas and the Ram Mandir. Yes. And in some state in the first round we had seen that there was some drop which we observed in NDA's vote share. Now after the Ram Mandir thing and the assembly election, the second round, we have seen that all that drop has been wiped out. In fact, in some of the states, there is actually a positive swing. So yes,
so that there is a talking point.
Yeah, no, I have. We'll come to the Ram Mandir bit. Nalan is also joining us in the studio. Javed Saab, veteran journalist, is also here. I have the breakup, Rahul, of the 1.18 lakh people that Umesh Jha's team have gone out and physically surveyed. If you look at the state-wise breakup, and Nalan, please weigh in on this. Uttar Pradesh, 18,843 people. West Bengal, 10,282 people. Bihar, 9,140 people. Maharashtra, 10,924 people. Madhya Pradesh, 7,000 plus people. Tamil Nadu, 8,800 plus people. These are not small numbers by any yardstick. To have this kind of sampling, 1.18 lakh, where in Uttar Pradesh alone you have 18,000 plus physical respondents, as someone who's been in this business of surveys, this is a massive sample size.
This is a very large sample size, Zaka. In fact, if you go back the last 2 or 3 elections, there's only been one survey, perhaps maybe 2 elections ago, which had a sample size of this kind. Because about 1.5 lakh for UP, for example, they're talking about roughly 300 people, between 270 to 300 people per constituency.
Yeah.
Now that is a very, very large number. And I think the thing with surveying normally is people do very smaller sample size and then extrapolate. By doing so many constituencies and directly and at least 3 assembly constituencies within each Lok Sabha constituency, I think you're going to get as near an exactitude as you can get.
No, I noticed that 518 constituencies that have been covered is not a small number in itself. Somewhere, Umeshji, let me ask you, is there some correlation, if I were to say, between the assembly size or the Lok Sabha seats in a particular state and that sample? There seems to be a direct correlation there.
No, we selected 3 assembly segments in each Lok Sabha seat regardless of the number of assembly seats per Lok Sabha seat in that state. Because there are states where assembly seats in a Lok Sabha seat is as low as 5 or 6, and there are states where it can be as high as 16. So if you have to take that into account, that exercise would have been much bigger. So we had to restrict ourselves to 3 Lok Sabha seats only.
The one point that I think one should make is that CNN News 18 is not in a cyclical game of coming out with numbers. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
Seeing from outside for a few years, I did realize that you were extremely spare about when actually to conduct these opinion polls. It wasn't some sort of a de rigueur exercise that had to happen.
Rahul, the last poll that News 18 network has associated itself with was 5 years ago, before the 2019 general election.
Yeah, that was the Ipsos poll.
That was the Ipsos poll. So we've not done a poll in the last 5 years.
And how did that go, if you don't mind my asking?
We, I think, got the numbers bang on.
Yeah.
303, I think the pollster was within the vicinity of 303.
303.
Yeah.
But the larger thing as far as the News 18 group is that karenge to apna karenge. We'll do it our own. And that's why we have got News 18 Poll Hub. So this is a News 18 Poll Hub effort. And this part of our unit, Umesh ji, is now with us, and he is putting his neck out. So is also are all of us here at News 18. So that's how it is. So do you want to know some of the questions that were asked? So let's try and understand, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move quickly forward, and Umesh ji can weigh in along with Javed ji and of course Nalin Mehta, Managing Editor, Money Control, also with us. So let's try and understand this. Some questions that were put, nearly about 20 important questions, overall about 50 questions which are there to try and gauge the mood. It was quite exhaustive. It took at least 15 minutes on an average to complete this questionnaire. So that's why these are personal interviews, but computer-aided personal interviews. Let's look at the first question. Let's try and understand. The first question is, and let's try and understand, who is most capable as the next Prime Minister? So mood of the nation, or if I were to say Janta ke man ki baat, who's the most capable as the next Prime Minister into his third term, seeking his third term, ladies and gentlemen. 10 years down the line, 60% lead towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 21% have said Rahul Gandhi, 9% Mamata Banerjee, 9% Arvind Kejriwal. 60% of the votes nearly, 59% to be exact, say Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the most capable as the next Prime Minister.
Well, I think, let me just turn this
I
story
was about
around.
to ask you, Rahul Shivshankar, agree, disagree.
Let me turn this story around. Rahul Gandhi should actually feel quite encouraged at a national level. I mean, look at those numbers, 21%. In comparison to Modi, of course, he's nowhere in the race. 30, there's, what is it, 30 odd percent. But just look at this. In India bloc, he is 2.5 times more than anyone else. Of course, Kejriwal and Mamata are not actually pan-national leaders,
Yeah.
but Rahul Gandhi will feel encouraged. I'm sorry, I'm just moving a little away.
No, you don't need to be sorry.
You feel
I
Rahul
want to
Gandhi's
respond to
image
Rahul on
has
this.
changed or has
Let
it?
me make a
Look,
point.
there's still a wide gap, 60% and 20%.
Oh, yeah.
But still, I mean, has his image improved in the last couple of years? Or
I mean, this is a small consolation, no? That you're doing better than Kejriwal or Mamata Banerjee. Mamata Banerjee is only contesting 40 seats.
Yeah.
Kejriwal is not even contesting 2 dozen
But it
seats.
makes the case stronger, Javed Bhai, for perhaps the India alliance to have set aside their egos and perhaps engaged in a more tactical ground game. They should have had understanding.
No, but look at it the other way. And I'm saying, despite contesting only in 40 seats, Mamata Banerjee has 9% approval rating.
That's true.
And less than 2 dozen seats for Arvind Kejriwal, he's up to 9%. Rahul Gandhi, pan-India leader, is since 2004 till now, has come up to 21%.
Can I make a larger point? I want to respond to what Rahul was saying earlier. See, Rahul Gandhi's approval rating for the last 5 or 6 years has hovered in every survey between 17-18% to 20-21%. Even when he started his yatra last year, it went up by around, in all the surveys, up by around 2 to 3% before the Karnataka election, and then came back to the same level. In general, this is in the same ballpark as the Congress vote share, roughly, in past elections, which is around 17-18%. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the Congress went below 20% for the first time. It's never recovered. It's been in this ballpark. Rahul Gandhi is somewhere around there. Modi is somewhere upwards of where the BJP vote share is. And this is not a surprise, these numbers, because the problem for Rahul Gandhi is he's never been able to break the ceiling of 21-22. He needs to be at 28, 29, 30% to make a real
Here
difference.
is a trick question to Umesh ji. Umesh ji, there is a sample that was done sometime earlier before Ram Lala, and that was a comprehensive one. Nearly 3 lakh people spoken, correct me if I'm wrong, more than 3 lakh people spoken to. Were the numbers different in November 2023 compared to February 2024?
Numbers were quite comparable. I won't say they were vastly different. They were quite comparable. Quite comparable. I don't see any significant difference between the numbers in the first round and the second round.
So PM's approval rating was nearly 60% and Rahul Gandhi was still about 21%.
Slightly lower.
So
Slightly lower.
Slightly lower.
So are you saying, are we to believe that Ram Mandir hasn't made much of a difference? That even if Ram Mandir was not there, the numbers would have been...
On the
we
Prime
have that
Minister-
question, by the way.
We
do
have that question
in the survey.
But
We'll
the
bring
Prime
that up.
Minister's approval rating has not, Ram Mandir has not increased or decreased drastically the Prime Minister's
So
approval
for
rating.
all the effort, it's made no difference to
No,
his ratings.
that should be the concern for Nyaya Yatra and Bharat Jodo. Javed ji.
His rating is
Ram
different
Lala was
from what people are
Ram Lala
voting.
was not about the
But
PM.
there is another story in this. It's the Kejriwal story. Now, Kejriwal sees himself as the lead setter outside of the Congress, saying that, look, I have actually 2 states under my belt, almost equaling the Congress party. His being stuck at 9% after, what, a 15-year run in politics will be a matter of concern, because he sees himself as the only one challenging in the long run. That is going to be the biggest
So
sort of...
I think we can go to
check.
the next question, which is why I think it explains to a great extent the Modi era, because the competition is between Modi and Rahul Gandhi. I think the next question
largely. So
is
even
on.
this one says 60% PM Modi, 20% Rahul Gandhi, 1% plus minus. Let's take that. But Modi versus Rahul, who's the better leader, PM Modi or Rahul Gandhi? Now let's look at the benchmarks or the parameters in terms of honesty. Who do you think is more honest? 73% believe Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a more honest leader. Let's close in on this. 69% believe he is more hardworking than Rahul Gandhi. 71% cares about people more than Rahul Gandhi. He's a strong leader, 67-33, and has a vision for Bharat, has a vision for India. 68% lean towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So on all benchmarks, there is nowhere that really significantly Rahul Gandhi scores, except at the bottom two. He's a strong leader. He's gone up way above 12 points above his approval numbers to 33%. Has a vision for Bharat, again 11 points above his approval rating. But when you go up to honesty, he slips down to his weakest point is honesty, 27%. Hard working, so there is a perception that Rahul Gandhi does work hard. 31% believe he does between the three of them. Now Javed ji, you had a point to make. Yes.
No, the point I was making, Rahul said that Kejriwal might object. You know, all of them will object because in India Alliance, everybody is a legend in his own mind. You know?
Yeah.
All of them are the best prime ministers India never had. So all of them will feel hard done by.
What do you think about this opinion here between Modi and Rahul?
Well, if Mr. Modi is 59%, then these numbers speak for themselves.
Overall, 59%.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we also have Smita Prakash, editor of ANI, joining us.
Just shows on the honesty point,
yeah.
Zaka, Rahul's message of Modani is not hitting home.
He's not working.
In fact,
his two
the
weakest
voters are not
points are
convinced.
honesty and cares about people.
Yes.
You would imagine that those
Empathy
should be his
is
strong
lacking.
suits.
Absolutely. He is the one who's running the Mohabbat Ki
Yeah.
Dukaan campaign.
Before
Yeah.
you go to
People
your
don't
guest,
give him
I
any
just have
points
one
for
doubt.
empathy.
मेरे को एक बात बताइए, एक चीज हमको नहीं बुझाया, हमको बुझाइए, समझाइए. PM का everything is above his approval average of 59%. It's all in the 70s or high 60s, but approval rating comes down to 59%. Rahul Gandhi का everything is near the 30%, but approval comes down to 21%. ये कैसे हो गया?
Okay. So in the earlier question, you had multiple options. You had options to select Arvind Kejriwal and Mamata Banerjee. So in the earlier question, people who had selected Arvind Kejriwal or Mamata Banerjee now had only limited choice of two. So as you can see, larger proportion of them have actually shifted to Modi rather than Rahul.
तो अगर ममता बनर्जी अरविंद केजरीवाल इक्वेशन से हट गए तो the shift is clearly towards Prime Minister Narendra Modi and not Rahul Gandhi.
So let me also bring in Smita Prakash, editor of ANI, and I think Sanjay Jha, formerly with the Congress and now political analyst, he's also joining us. And we're staying on this graphic. So Smita, first you weigh in. You know, the Modi versus Rahul comparison, and we've said this for the last 10 years now, that this is an unequal fight. If this is the choice that's presented to the voter, Rahul Gandhi will find it difficult to beat Modi. But the thing that Rahul Shivshankar mentioned, and I think it's an interesting point, the two areas which is seen as weakest for Rahul Gandhi is honesty 27% and cares about people 29%. On hardworking, strong leader, has a vision for India, he's above 30%. These are the two strong suits you would imagine for Rahul Gandhi. Why is it that the voters, or at least people who took part in this survey, seem to be thinking that these are the two weakest points for Rahul Gandhi? Honesty and caring about people.
Look, it's a perfect storm for the BJP if it's going to be Modi versus Rahul battle in 2024. It's their ideal situation if it's going to be that. It would have been uncomfortable if it had been anybody else. Because, for example, if you had Mamata as the leader, chosen as the leader of the India Alliance, if the India Alliance had fructified, firstly, the alliance has not fructified. Then they don't even have a leader. Suppose they had chosen Mamata, it would have been a little more difficult, I feel. I don't know about your survey, but I feel it would have been difficult. One, she's a woman. Two, she has administrative experience, not just at the center, at the state. 3 term. So she has that. Even Kejriwal, I feel that he has an administrative experience. What does Rahul Gandhi bring to the table other than the fact that he is from the Gandhi family? What has he brought? The honesty and hugging people, showing that I love people, that's all that you have. You have no delivery of anything so far.
Smita,
Not even during the
interesting
Manmohan
part
Singh
is that
government
is not
was there
scoring
any
with the
delivery.
people.
When you see...
That is not scoring with the people in the
It's
numbers.
not scoring with the people.
See, where he's been...
So when you're talking about honesty and delivery, you're talking about honesty and delivery. Honesty over what? right? Delivery over what? What has he delivered? Has he delivered electoral victories? If he has done that, that's only for the party. What has he delivered for the people of, say, Uttar Pradesh, where he stood for election? Did he bring up the issues of Amethi when he was representing Amethi? Hardly. Did he bring industry and development to Amethi? Anybody who has reported knows that he did.
Quickly,
so there is no
quickly,
delivery that
quickly, we've got before we bring in Sanjay Jha and bring it back into the studio also with our one more question, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just add some momentum to this. Will you vote for the BJP because of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, regardless of the candidate in your Lok Sabha constituency? Candidate कोई भी हो, आपका वोट मेरे पास आता है. That's what PM says. Do the people believe that? Let's see what is it that the people have to say. The number, ladies and gentlemen, is comprehensive. 85% of the respondents have said, yes, candidate कोई भी हो, मेरा वोट मोदी को for Lok Sabha. 85% coming out and saying our vote will be for Modi irrespective of who the candidate is. BJP will be very, very happy about this.
I don't know. This shows that Modi now transcends his party, is winning despite his party. Let's not forget. So it doesn't matter who is on the ticket.
BJP voters. We just need to qualify this, Rahul, that this question was specific to pro-BJP or BJP voters.
So let me add this point. For the BJP, this is both a blessing and a worry. Because the brand BJP, the Lotus, clearly doesn't compete with brand Modi. So if you take Modi out of this equation, I don't know if that answer would be still the same amongst BJP voters.
Right now, BJP is not worried about that because right now they have both Kamal and they have PM Modi, and this is perhaps something which should really, really worry the opposition. BJP voters, 85% say whoever be the candidate, Lok Sabha, my vote is for PM Modi. Umesh ji, is this a sentiment across the board, even in the first round?
Yes, in both the rounds, the figure were as much as 85 to 90%. So comparable figures in both the rounds for this question.
So did that surprise you? How do you interpret this number when you see this?
I would say that the immense appeal that Prime Minister Modi enjoys is sustained in both the rounds, and it hasn't changed at all. So it is very high. So if I have to say, for example, how did Ram Mandir affect, it should have increased. But he is already at such a high that any further increment is very difficult to get.
So then, Javed, why do parties spend so much time figuring out candidates? BJP itself is now awaiting the second list.
Yes, sir,
अगर किसी को भी खड़ा करके मोदी के नाम पे जिताना है, तो फिर why are they spending so much time thinking about candidates?
Look, there's enough and more empirical evidence to prove that when Mr. Modi is on the ticket, he makes a lot of difference.
Yes.
But Mr. Modi certainly knows a bit more than most of us do. And that's why you see a Pawan Singh, Anant Hegde, other loudmouths like Sadhvi Pragya, all these people have been shown the door. So he doesn't want to take any chances. It's numbers tell you a story, but not the entire story. On the ground, sometimes situations are different.
Well, Pawan Singh has just said he wants to compete. He still wants to contest because of the promise he's made to his people, supporters, Janta or apni maa, to his mother. So he's actually angling for a seat in Bihar, Adda, where RK Singh has contested in the past. He's actually indicated he wants to contest from there. But Sanjay Jha has not yet spoken. Namaste, Sanjay ji.
Hi, good evening.
ये number देख के खुश तो नहीं होंगे आप?
Well, let me tell you that I start by agreeing with what Rahul Shiv Shankar mentioned. That, I meet a lot of people and I can tell you nobody really cares much for the BJP. I mean, people who vote for the BJP, frankly, vote for Modi. And I think in politics, one of the things that I've learned is that there is a short-term and there is a long-term game. In fact, there's even a medium-term game. When I look at Modi overwhelming, and I've said so before, that Modi has overwhelmed the BJP. And for the opposition, that is also very good news, although it may be in the short term, short-term headwinds are where the opposition needs to get its act together. But in the long run, it tells you that, at some point when the Modi factor recedes into the background, which is an inevitable part of life, I see the BJP, frankly, could get decimated. So there is a window of opportunity down the line.
But Sanjay Jha, there is a caveat there. The caveat is that if you really look at all the chief ministerial picks in the last 2 years, They are all in their 50s, maximum 55. Most are between 45 and 50. So the BJP is cultivating, under Mr. Modi, a second rung. And don't be in a hurry to agree with me, because the next point that I'm going to make will worry you.
I was just going to
which
say,
is-
probably
which
the
is-
first
which is this
time
one.
that
Which is
Rahul and
this one.
Sanjay have ever agreed on anything.
On the
I can
honesty
just
bit, it's very worrying actually.
Yeah.
Because what is the opposition been saying? That the ED is being set
I haven't
after
finished.
us. Just give me 30 seconds. ED has been set after us because there is vendetta at play. Now, if the public doesn't believe intrinsically that these opposition leaders are honest, and you can see that point, 27% believe he's honest, Mr. Modi will say, well, I'm cleaning up politics as people want.
Well,
That's
it's about
problematic.
public perception. Sanjay Jha, please complete, and then Smita Prakash also wanted to say something. Yes, Sanjay ji.
Yeah, I would just appreciate if I'm not interrupted, because it disturbs my train of thought. So my simple point is this. Somebody talked about cleaning up politics. Well, we all know cleaning up is a great washing machine effect. I can tell you a lot of people that we talk to, they are very concerned about the draconian abuse of investigating agencies. Will they impact the elections? I do believe it may be marginal, but people are aware of the very terrifying governance. One thing which I can tell you from a lot of business people who support Mr. Modi in Mumbai, people I can tell you who probably are very vocal on budget days to give him a 10 on 10 would be more than happy if Mr. Modi loses. There is a lot there is a lot of apprehension about the way the BJP is treating corporate India.
Sanjay, you should tell those people to go out and vote, you know. That would be a start.
We've just got,
Yeah,
see,
can I
90,
make my-
90,
can I make
Sanjay ji,
my
I've
last-
got
We
only
have to
30
take a break. We have to
seconds,
take a break,
so 30 seconds to Smita Prakash, then we have to take a break. Last time, 91 crore voters, only 60 crore came to vote. What happened to the remaining 30 crore? Perhaps those were the ones who didn't come out to vote, who believe or have your opinion, Sanjay ji. Yeah. Yes, Smita ji, please.
Yeah, you know, this thing of I like Modi, but I don't like BJP. I remember very clearly the time when it was I like Rajiv Gandhi, but I don't like the Congress. It doesn't impact, because if you like Rajiv Gandhi, you voted for Congress and the Congress came to power. If you liked Modi, you vote for Modi, the BJP comes to power. And the only hope for some people is an after Modi situation. And in an after Modi situation, the BJP not being able to capitalize on that is just like saying that, you know, post Rajiv Gandhi, the Congress couldn't get it. But they did. They came up with a Narasimha Rao and people appreciated it. That government did very well in the term that it was there, in spite of rebellion against him. So, you know, this post-Modi situation is a fig leaf for lethargy in a party, in the Congress party.
Interestingly, we'll take the conversation forward. We've got to put out the first state, ladies and gentlemen. The state will be a very, very interesting conundrum where there has been a lot of political drama in the recent past. ये कौन सा state है? थोड़ी देर में बताएंगे. We'll tell you in just a bit. Stay with us, right here. Back on the biggest opinion poll, it's the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, the most comprehensive, exhaustive, widespread, and you are watching it across the News 18 network, ladies and gentlemen. शुरू करते हैं बिहार से. बिहार में काबा. First question, and this is the state where there was a lot of political turmoil. Nitish walked out of the Mahagathbandhan, walked back into the NDA, and let's see what are the projections based on the opinion poll. And these are the projections for the state of Bihar. The first of the seats will start rolling in. The count will start rolling in. In the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, the vote share. The vote share in Bihar will be 30. And the seats, out of 40 seats, 38 seats. 38 seats for the NDA. 2 seats for the INDI alliance. So, right now, it's not 40 on 40 for the NDA. It's 38 out of 40. 38 out of 40. Their target was 40 on 40, but there are 2 seats. The last time around, the India Alliance or the Mahagathbandhan at that time had got 1 seat. This time around, the projection is for 2 seats. Which are those 2 seats? We will discuss, we will deliberate, but we are not putting out the region or the seat specifically, but clearly the NDA with its nose ahead and clearly taking 38 out of 40 seats. But with their target of 40 on 40, is this perhaps a little bit of introspection for the NDA? If their target is 400 par, do they need all 40 seats in Bihar? That's the big question for the NDA. Right now, these are the seat projections. The first on the leaderboard, we're starting with NDA and 58. The seats are 38%, 38 seats, 2 seats for the INDI. At the bottom of your screen, you can see the vote share projections. 58% will be the NDA vote share. The vote share projections at the bottom of your screen. 58% will be the NDA vote share. 28% for the India Alliance. And 14% will go to the others. Now, these are the vote share projections. That's how it looks like. The NDA taking nearly 60% of the vote share. 60% of the vote share, 38 seats. INDI Alliance, 28% vote share. The others at 14%. Zaka Jacob, are you breaking it down for us region-wise?
I have the region-wise as well. I'll get to that in just 1 second. But I think the numbers compared to 2019, right now the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll says it's 38 NDA. In 2019, they had 39. The India Alliance had only 1. Right now, the opinion poll is saying it'll be 38 and 2 to the India Alliance. Vote share, which is very interesting. We can talk about this with Rahul and the guests in the studio. Last time around, despite getting more seats, 39 seats, the NDA had 56% vote share. Now that vote share has gone up. Despite the vote share going up to 58% as per the News 18 opinion poll, the seat has come down by 1. The India Alliance's vote share has also gone up quite substantially from 24% to 28%. It is here, the others category, which was almost 20% last time, it's come down to 14%. But I want to quickly show you the region-wise breakup, and then we can get in the guests as well. Let's go to the region-wise breakup. Where is it that the India Alliance is gaining that 1 extra seat? Remember, in Central, 8 seats. The NDA had won all 8 seats last time around. This time, it's 7 to NDA and just 1 seat to the India Alliance. In the East, last time it was the same situation. Out of the 6 seats, 5 seats went to NDA, 1 seat, the seat of Kishanganj, went to the India Alliance. All the other regions of Bihar, the Magad region, the Methil region, the Bhojpur region, 12 seats in the north, 5 seats in the south, west, 9 seats, all of that is going to the NDA. So the only gain for the India Alliance is 1 seat in the central part of the state. We don't know which that seat is, and the other seat, the east seat, is the seat that they already have, which is Kishanganj, which was won by Abdul Rahman of the INC. Rahul?
So there are 2 issues here, and let's quickly address them. And I think you need to clarify this perhaps for our viewers. Does this poll obviously is coming at a time when the seat allocations haven't still happened?
Yes, correct.
So this is very, very important because there were talks today.
Yeah.
The breaking news was that at least Mr. Paswan has come out and said that, look, I'm thankful to the Prime Minister for honoring my father's legacy and for giving us what we wanted, etc. So that too, and if it is, Kishanganj on one side and some seat there in the center, that might be also sort of taken into account.
Yeah. No, so, Nalin, I think, look, one thing, I don't think any opinion poll can predict seat-wise, you know, who is winning seat-wise. That is usually done during exit polls. But we're just making this assumption because of the two seats. One could possibly be Kishanganj, which is, again, a minority-dominated seat. I think 40% plus Muslim. It was won by a Muslim candidate of the Congress last time around. But the other one, and I think this is critical, with the central seat, because the JDU was out of the NDA and it's come back, and, you know, with RCP Singh and Lalan Singh and this whole, you know, fight in-house, perhaps that area, which used to be the JDU stronghold, and if you look at the map, look at the seats that they've got in the central part of the state. In fact, even Nitish Kumar comes from there. Could that be one area of concern, Nalin?
Possibly, but you know, I want to make a point here, Zaka, looking at the vote share number. Like you said, the seat is always a difficult thing to predict.
Yes.
The vote share number is showing 56.35%.
This is from 2019. In 2024, it's gone up to 58%.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That after so much of uncertainty in Bihar, there's been a, you know, different people changing kursi all the time.
Yes.
There was also a upsurge for Tejasvi and others, you know, till about a year, 2 years back. The fact that the NDA vote share is going up compared to last time is very significant, because Bihar a year ago was a state that people were thinking, you know, where, you know, how will BJP replicate its performance from last time? Now suddenly Nitish Kumar is back in the BJP thing. See, last time there was BJP at about 23-24% of the vote share. JDU at about 21%. LJP at around 9%. Now the fact that this is now larger is telling you something that's significantly changing in Bihar.
Fundamentally, it's only larger by 1.5%. Wouldn't that worry the BJP at some level, that, look, they really needed the JDU here? Because there seems to also, I mean, if these numbers hold, one seat less from last time, BJP's relative vote share stagnation will flag some red flags in the BJP
So I want to respond to that, Rahul. Unlike UP, the vote base of BJP in Bihar has never been as widespread as it was in UP. So BJP actually needs JDU in Bihar, and when they work together, historically they've always done much better. Separately, they've always done differently, because the social metrics is such that they come together well. So
much will depend on the seat distribution, the number of seats that JDU contests, and we are talking of JDU being the plus factor. In my humble view, JDU will be a drag on the BJP. These numbers, the BJP will end up with lesser numbers. So the JDU number of seats will come down, and overall the NDA tally will be lesser than it was.
Let's go to our guests. Our political guests are also joining us. Guru Prakash Paswan of the BJP is joining us. I believe Priyanka Bharti of the RJD is also joining us, and Abhishek Jha is spokesperson of the JDU. Guru Prakash Paswan, the view in the studio seems to be, and of course Smita Prakash and Sanjay Jha continue to be with us. Guru Prakash Paswan, the view in the studio seems to be, and this is the number, let me give you the number first, NDA 38, India Alliance 2 in your home state of Bihar. So the NDA has fallen by just one seat. Last time you had 39, this time 38. The India Alliance had 1 last time. They are now up to 2. So by and large, it remains the same. The NDA vote share has also gone up by about 1% or so. But the view in the studio seems to be that the JDU of 2024 is phenomenally a drag on the NDA compared to what the JDU was in 2019.
No, Zaka, a very warm good evening to you and all your colleagues. I think it's very important to realize that historically, if you see, we have been in alliance with JDU or the erstwhile Samta Party since 1995, only barring a couple of years when Mr. Nitish Kumar went to Mahagathbandhan. But more or less, we look sorted. And what your opinion polls also suggest, that 38 out of 40. If you would very well remember that we were 32 in 2014, we were 39 in 2019, and 38 as of now. And I think we still have a couple of weeks left before the first vote is cast. So we are affirmative, we are positive. Only today we saw how young and dynamic leader Mr. Chirag Paswan came out after meeting our party president Mr. Jagat Prakash Nadda. And he has also said, he has also affirmed that the NDA under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and the NDA as one family. And you would also keep in mind that Bihar is a very particular case. Bihar is a caste-conscious state. Bihar sees that recognition and representation is given to each and every single community. And that is the reason 2014 and 2019 we have had resounding victory across Bihar, that is a sort of affirmation from the people of Bihar on the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi, on the leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party. So to have all the relevant stakeholders, social coalition, we are formidable.
I think it's an interesting
unparalleled. We have Mr. Nitish Kumar.
I think it's a very interesting point that Mr. Paswan is making. Look, there are three factors at play here. Number one is that the BJP obviously in Bihar has to go the extra mile to think in terms of caste inclusion. Remember what the plank has been, that the BJP is opposed to a caste census. This is a state where the caste census results were declared. So the BJP actually starts with some room to make up as far as attracting and bringing on board castes that might be apprehensive about its prevarication on a census, and therefore the future of quota politics.
To answer Javed Saab's point before I go to our other guest, Abhishek Jha of the JDU is also joining us. The JDU has a committed 20% vote bank. Even in the Lok Sabha election of 2019, 22%. You can say, yes, there is the Modi factor, there is of course the winning horse factor, all of that. But there's anywhere between a fifth and a quarter of the vote that goes to the JDU.
What about
That's not going to December.
What was the percentage of JDU?
The vote share was above 20%.
Last assembly
yes,
election.
in the last assembly election, in the 2020 assembly election, the vote share of the JDU was above 20%. So a fifth of the vote is not going to overnight just collapse. But let me ask Abhishek Jha of the JDU, the view here, and which is perhaps why we don't know the final numbers yet, but the view seems to be that even in the seat-sharing negotiations, Mr. Jha, last time the JDU contested 17-17 to the BJP, it was an equal alliance. Right now, it seems to be that BJP will contest 18 and JDU will get 14, 4 seats less than last time. Even the BJP realizes, perhaps the JDU also realizes, it's not so much an equal alliance anymore. So much water has passed in the Ganga in these last 4 years.
Whatever water has passed in Ganga, it is purified. It is not contaminated. So let's wait for some time. Results will be out. How the seats are being shared in the NDA alliance. And I would like to add one more point. When JDU was not contesting with BJP in 2014 elections, at that time also, the vote percentage of JDU was above 16%, which clearly signifies that JDU has own mass vote. And that's why we always form a very strong coalition with whatever side we are. With BJP, we have a very strong and very firm and very natural alliance for a very long time. And people of Bihar have witnessed this thing. They have given their votes to this alliance so many a times. And that's the reason why Nitish Kumar ji has been the Chief Minister of Bihar for a very long time. When we were in alliance with the BJP, and in the upcoming elections also, with all due respect to the mega opinion polls which you have published right now, we assume, and we are very much confident that this time we are going to have a very clean sweep. Last time we lost one seat, and that seat was of Kishanganj, but this time we have a very strong strategy for that seat also, and definitely we are going to win that seat also. So there will be a clean sweep in Bihar. And not a single seat will be given to the Mahagathbandhan side or the INDIA alliance side.
Okay, let me quickly bring in Smita Prakash. Good points made by the JDU spokesperson here, Smita Prakash. But remember one thing, and let's put this into perspective. I think the BJP will be quite happy to be where it is right now in the NDA in Bihar, given that campaigning is yet to begin, seat allocation is yet to begin. But Smita Prakash, the important point for the BJP is that it is looking at 370. It's not looking at 303. Bihar is supposed to be a state of growth for it, isn't it? And therefore, it needs to contest more seats here than the JDU last time and win those. Is that going to be a challenge? That's the fundamental question.
Yeah, so they only lost one seat, Rahul. So anything less than that, you're talking about a challenge. So if you're in 49, you have 48. That's a challenge. But the BJP wants to win 370, not 272. 370 the BJP wants on its own. And for the NDA, it's more ambitious. It wants 400. So what you are seeing now is that the phenomenon between 2019 and 2024 in Bihar is the phenomenon of Tejasvi. I think the rise of Tejasvi is something that everybody has to wonder what it will impact upon. As far as the Nitish factor is concerned, I think his party is going to get swallowed up by the BJP in the years to come. But that will play out more in the Bihar elections, not so much in the 2024 general elections. That's my view. The other thing which I want to say is, when we talk about Kishanganj, when we talk about the Muslim vote and things like that, you're talking about, I think 87% or something is the Hindu population of Bihar. You have the Ram temple, you have nationalism, you have these issues which the BJP is going to project. And my sense is that even in Kishanganj, they're going to be talking about welfareism. In the other places, it could be the Ram temple, it could be nationalism and stuff like that. But in this area, it is going to be welfareism, and that's how they plan to work on areas where they are projected to be slightly weak. As far as looking at Bihar is concerned, Prashant Kishore has gone on several channels where he's spoken about the Tejasvi phenomenon. Where I see Tejasvi as going to impact on this election, he feels that it's a crown of thorns that Tejasvi wears, and the Lalu Yadav phenomenon, the corruption thing, is going to weigh him down. Though I don't know Bihar as well as Prashant Kishore knows Bihar, I still feel that I don't think that's the
Bihari
cause.
here, Sanjay Jha, even though he's more Mumbaikar now and less Bihari, but this whole point about the Tejasvi factor, I don't know if it will play, Sanjay, in this election, in a Lok Sabha election, as much as perhaps it might play in the 2025 Assembly election. But here again, this is the catch and the problem for the India Alliance. The vote share, as per the News 18 Poll Hub poll, the vote share of the India Alliance has gone up from 24 to 28%. So a 4% rise in a state like Bihar, which is riven with caste, is not a small rise. It's a commendable feat. But despite that, the seat increase, and of course the bulk of that is the RJDs. Last time they had 15, almost 16% vote share. If there's a 4% rise, presumably a lot of that will go to the RJD. The problem is, despite a 4% rise in vote share, Sanjay Jha, the seat increase is only 1. That's the problem.
जाका जी, अच्छा हुआ कि आपने हमको ये प्रश्न पूछा है. देखिए, हम बंबई में रहते हैं, लेकिन हम बिहारी हैं. वो बदलने वाले वो हमारे डीएनए में है, समझे ना. तो हम आपको इतना ही बताएंगे कि भाजपा अभी काफी अपना डिंडोरा पीट रही है कि हम बिहार में हम जीत ही जाएंगे. लेकिन वहां पर जरा मुद्दों पर जरा गौर किया जाए. आप यदि वहां के सामाजिक और आर्थिक आंकड़ों को देखेंगे जाका जी, तो वहां पर बेरोजगारी एक बहुत बड़ा समस्या है. सोच लीजिए, ये बीमारू स्टेट जो कहते हैं वो बिहार से शुरू होता है. एंड द सच्चाई यही है कि जेडीयू के जो प्रवक्ता यहाँ पर बोल रहे थे कि 40 सीट जाएंगे. भैया, आपका तो पार्टी खत्म हो गया. आप तो टाटा बाय बाय करने के लिए तैयार हो जाइए. जहां तक मुझे मालूम है, और मैं काफी लोगों से लगातार बात करता रहता हूं, बिहार में तेजस्वी जी का, जैसे स्मिता प्रकाश जी ने कहा, तेजस्वी जी का एक लहर धीरे धीरे बढ़ रहा है. और मैं समझता हूं कि जहां तक ये पलटू राम का जो राजनीति हुआ है, बिहार के लोग समझते हैं कि उनका अपमान होता है कि एक नेता आते हैं, वहां जाते हैं, और इसका भी एक नकारात्मक असर होगा एनडीए पर. इस पर कोई इसको नकार नहीं सकता है. और देखिए जाकिर जी, मैं एक अंत में काफी गंभीरता के साथ आपको बता रहा हूं कि भारत के लोग बहुत समझदार हैं. देखिए, यहाँ पर जैसे स्मिता जी ने कहा, ये राम मंदिर, ये सब, देखिए आज भाजपा में जो बौखलाहट है, उसका सबसे मुख्य कारण यह है कि 22 जनवरी को उनको लगा कि ये चुनाव खत्म हो चुका है. लेकिन अब वो समझ में उनको आ रहा है कि 22 जनवरी आया और गया. भारत के लोग बहुत धर्मनिरपेक्ष हैं. सब लोग चाहते हैं कि भगवान राम रहें, लेकिन धर्म के नाम पे राजनीति का एक सीमा होता है.
Sanjay, in this Bihari accent of yours, I dare Rahul Shivshankar and Nalin Mehta and Javed Saab here in our studios to follow that act. But very quickly, I believe Priyanka Bharti of the RJD is also there. Priyanka Bharti ji, यही सवाल मैं आपसे भी पूछ रहा हूँ कि if तेजस्वी यादव का इतना बड़ा इम्पैक्ट है, वो तो इस पोल में नहीं दिख रहा है. आपका जो फायदा हुआ है सिर्फ एक सीट से हुआ है. वो एक सीट से बढ़कर 2 सीट बन गया, बस. दैट्स अबाउट इट. उससे ज्यादा कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ आपको.
देखिए, आपने शो की शुरुआत की थी काबा इन बिहार से. बिहार में सिर्फ तेजस्वी बा, इसके अलावा कोई नहीं खेबा। तो सीधी सी बात है कि देश की जो पॉपुलेशन है उसमें 65% जो आबादी है वो युवाओं की है। तो जो यूथ्स है दैट विल बी अ वेरी डिसाइडिंग फैक्टर इन बिहार। तो यूथ्स अगर डिसाइडिंग फैक्टर है तो ऑन वन हैंड इज अ तेजस्वी मॉडल, जिन्होंने अपने मैनिफेस्टो में 2020 में ये कहा था हम आधे हैं तो हम 10 लाख नौकरियां देंगे, एंड विद इन टाइम स्पैन ऑफ 17 मंथ्स ही गेव मोर देन 5 लाख जॉब्स, नॉट पकोड़ा तलो वाला रोजगार। एंड वन हैंड यू सी अ पीएम, imaginary chai wala PM, who has a degree in entire political science and who invests his time on Lakshadweep Island diving into the sea, but he does not care about who gets the job, किसको रोजगार मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, because he already has 2000 किलो वाला mushroom, so why will he care? People of Bihar have rejected BJP and they will reject BJP. आपने देखा होगा एक रैला हुआ था, महारैला गांधी मैदान में, जहां पे लाखों की संख्या में लोग मौजूद थे, और एक तरफ आए थे पीएम बिहार में जहां पर उनको एक वेलकमिंग जेस्चर तक नहीं मिला। 100 लोग नहीं जुटे होंगे मुश्किल से वहां पर, चाहे बेतिया उठा लीजिए कहीं उठा लीजिए। तो बिहार चुन रहा है अपने नेता को जिन्होंने रोजगार का सिर्फ जुमला नहीं दिया, करके दिखाया, रोजगार का वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड सेट किया। बिहार को नौकरी चाहिए, रोजगार चाहिए, इसलिए थका हारा पीएम को वो रिजेक्ट करेंगे, उभरते हुए युवा को वो एक्सेप्ट करेंगे। और आपने जो पोल दिखाया है यहाँ पर, मुझे लगता है कोई मिस कैलकुलेशन हुआ है या गलती हुआ है। 38 सीट हमारा इंडिया ला रहा है, दो में वो सिमटने जा रहा है।
2024 में भी हमारे साथ जुड़िएगा, तब देख लेंगे कि 38 सीट किसको आ रहा है। बट जावेद साहब
हम घबराने वाले हैं, बिहारी है भाई, जेनेटिकली घबराते नहीं है।
जी जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
The point I wanted to make is that much will depend on the seat distribution and especially the number of seats that the Congress contests. The fact that Nitish Kumar and BJP managed to form a government in the last Bihar assembly elections is primarily because Congress arm twisted Tejasvi and contested 100 plus seats and won only a handful. The lesser number of seats Congress contests, the greater chances of RJD winning more seats and the NDA doing better.
Okay, we're going to take a break. First state has been revealed, the state of Bihar. On the other side, we will have the second state, which is going to come from southern India. And boy, oh boy, we're having some interesting talking points in that state. Quick break. We'll see you right on the other side. Mega coverage all the way till 10 o'clock of the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. Stay right here.
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, on the News 18 mega opinion poll. बिहार के नंबर आ गए हैं. बिहार में काबा एनडीए को 38 out of 40, ladies and gentlemen. But now let's shift the focus. Because it's a pan network coverage, what we are doing is we are trying to saddle pan-India states. So we'll focus on Kerala and Madhya Pradesh in this segment as we get you more numbers. 40 seats in Bihar have been decided. Let's now turn the focus towards Kerala. What's the number in Kerala? Let's quickly look at it. The total number of seats in Kerala that are 20. News 18 mega opinion poll has looked at some very interesting numbers. The numbers show the UDF getting 14 seats, the LDF getting 4, but the NDA breaching God's own country, that bastion there, and getting into 2 seats. So far in the BJP's first list, there have been 4 seats that have been announced. Will there be more seats contested by the BJP and the NDA there in Kerala? We'll have to wait and watch. But the numbers say 14 to the UDF. Reversal of fortunes for Pinarayi Vijayan compared to the Vidhan Sabha elections in Kerala. 4 seats for the LDF, 2 seats for the NDA. This is the News 18 mega opinion poll seat projection for Kerala. Let's look at the vote shares. Who gets how much percentage of votes? Interestingly, the UDF going up to 47% vote share, nearly 50%, 3% short there. LDF 32%. But look at the NDA. NDA getting 18%. So is there a shift that is happening on ground towards the BJP or towards an alternative beyond the UDF, LDF combined? Very interesting. 3% to the others. As we look at these numbers, let's ask the person who hails from Kerala, within the mix, Zaka Jacob.
Well, this is going to be a huge talking point, folks, not just in Kerala, but perhaps all of South India. The fact that the News 18 opinion poll is saying that the NDA will open its account, it will get 2 seats and an 18% vote share. That means almost a fifth of the vote is going to the BJP in Kerala. What these 2 seats are, this is not part of the poll. You have to ask Mr. Umesh Jha that. I'm not the pollster, he is. But we can speculate intelligently, and I'm going to suggest those 2 seats. One, of course, is the famous battle that's going to happen in the seat of Thiruvananthapuram. 3-time MP Shashi Tharoor is defending that seat. He's hoping to become a 4th-time MP from there. Last time he beat Kumanam Rajashekaran, who was then the state BJP president, by over 1 lakh votes. This time around, he's up against an even more formidable candidate, certainly from a national point of view, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, sitting union minister. He has said that this is going to be a tri-cornered contest between the left candidate, the CPI's Panniyan Ravindran, Shashi Tharoor of the Congress, and of course Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar of the BJP. So this is one potential seat of the 2 that we are saying in the News 18 poll that the BJP could open its account. The other one, and this is again a very interesting seat, the seat of Thrissur, which is right in the heartland of Kerala. It has a 20% Christian population. Remember, in Kerala, the BJP is making a concerted effort to try and get the Christian vote. Suresh Gopi, very popular actor, contested last time, came number 3. He's the candidate again. Incidentally, the Congress candidate there has been changed. T.N. Prathapan, who used to be the sitting MP, has been changed. In his place, another MP who has been brought in from Vadagara, who's the son of a former Chief Minister, Mr. K. Muralidharan, the son of former Chief Minister K. Karunakaran. He is the Congress's candidate from the constituency of Thrissur. Incidentally, there is much speculation about his sister, Padmaja Venugopal, Karunakaran's daughter, joining the BJP. If that were to happen, will she help defeat her brother in the seat of Thrissur? But realistically, to me, hailing from that state, these 2 seem to be the seats where the BJP could open its account.
Well, Thrissur comes into the thick of the action. Ladies and gentlemen, I was born in Thrissur. There is a lot of talk that's happening in Thrissur. There is also the seat of Pathanamthitta, which many people believe because of the Sabarimala agitation and all of that that's happened, there has been a lot of work by the BJP. Will it yield results? But 2 seats for the NDA is huge. We'll talk about that. But like we said, not just the south, also the center, the heart, Desh ke dil mein, Madhya Pradesh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see what the numbers are for Madhya Pradesh. The projections are for Madhya Pradesh. The seats for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh this time around. Let's look at it. 28 seats to the BJP out of 29. 1 will go to the India Alliance. This is the projection. Out of 29 seats, 28 will go to the India Alliance, beg your pardon, to the BJP, and 1 to the India Alliance. So this is the number in out of the 29 seats. Let's try and look at the vote share. The numbers for the MP for Madhya Pradesh in terms of vote share. The BJP will be gunning for nearly 60% of the vote share. He's getting about 55% of the vote share. New leadership at the helm as Chief Minister. Huge victory as far as the Vidhan Sabha elections are concerned. Is that translating into phenomenal victories? Is it a 29 out of 29? At this point, no, it is 28 out of 29. India Alliance, 38% is their vote share. And of course, others taking 7%. But then a clear 18% gap, 17% gap between the India Alliance and the BJP. Zaka Jacob, Madhya Pradesh, repeating last time's performance.
It's pretty much the same thing. Again, like I said, we don't know which individual seat is going to the India Alliance, in this case the Congress party. Probably Chhindwara, because that was the case last time around as well. It was won by Nakul Nath, and I believe Nakul Nath has been fielded again by the Congress party this time around. So whether or not he will manage to retain that one seat, or whether it will be a complete saffron sweep, we'll have to wait and see. But if this is the number, if this number holds, the News 18 poll hub number, the opinion poll number, then it's the exact same picture as from 5 years ago. 28 to the BJP, 1 to the India Alliance. Rahul, your
interestingly, 3% vote share drop for the BJP
Yes.
in MP, 3% vote share gain for the India Alliance in MP compared to 2019. If you were to look at the News 18 mega poll vote share flashing at the bottom of the screen and what he's pulled up here, Zaka's pulled up here. Yes,
Well,
gentlemen.
clearly there's a bump effect for the BJP. I'm not very sure if the Chhindwara seat is going to go the way it is projected by us. I think there might be
we don't
a
know if it is
surprise there.
Chhindwara.
That's right.
Like
We
we
also
said,
don't
we
know
don't
if
know
it's
that.
Chhindwara, but you know, anecdotal
It could be
evidence
another
would
seat.
suggest
It could
that
be some other seat.
It could be, but the likelihood of that is. But if you really look at it from an overall perspective right now, you have Bihar and you have Madhya Pradesh. Clearly, in both states, the BJP is holding ground.
Yeah.
10 years of anti-incumbency amongst MPs. It has changed a lot of faces. Of course, Madhya Pradesh, we're still awaiting details. But fundamentally, it shows that the BJP is on track in the Hindi heartland to replicate its numbers from last time. If you just go by these two states, look, Bihar was a bit of a problem for the BJP. It had to pull a rabbit really out of its hat. It has succeeded in consolidating its numbers there. It could even increase depending on what happens after the seat sharing talks. And if the BJP takes more of the seats away from the JDU, this time contests on 20, it can even increase its own number.
Yeah.
It can increase its own number. So that is fundamentally important to see. The BJP is very heartened by what it's seeing in the north. Kerala, of course. Wow.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
want you to
move.
talk to us about that.
That's the move towards
the fact that they're
370.
opening their account in Kerala. They've never had an MP, Nalin, from the state of Kerala.
No,
and now they
absolutely.
could get 2, as per the News 18 opinion poll.
Well, when we are talking about possibilities in Kerala, there are about 5 possibilities in Kerala for the BJP, statistically speaking. One of them is Pathanamthitta, which you talked about. BJP got about 29% vote share there
Yes.
last time. Thiruvananthapuram is the other one where Rajiv Chandrasekhar is contesting from in that high voltage contest with Shaji Tharoor. Thrissur, the BJP got about 28% there last time. Suresh Gopi is contesting there with Muralidharan. And Palakkad, 21.3. If you had to have an outer, sort of a very outlier possibility, that's Kasargod. So I would say between Pathanamthitta, Thiruvananthapuram and Thrissur, those are your more likely possibilities.
The fact is, if you need to win there, one, it has to be a three-way fight, and two, the BJP has to get up close to about 30% vote share. Unless it's a three-way fight and the BJP gets into a 30% vote share, it's not going to happen. If the GS Javiji, in Kerala.
Look, there is no denying that the BJP's vote share will go up. The BJP's vote share, and this is an investment for the future. Whatever they get this time is a bonus. It's an investment for the future, and they're making headway. They're getting a foothold in South India. But winning seats, I'm not so sure. It could be a case of triumph of hope over experience.
Frankly, Javedi, C.R. Kesavan of the BJP is with us. Vivek Srivastava, left leader, is with us. Sanjay Jha stays on. Aarti Jairat, senior journalist, with us. And Sumant Raman, author, also with us. Namaste, Jayant, and thank you very, very much for joining us. C.R. Kesavan, you would admit the first stop that the Prime Minister made post 2019 victory, the very next day was Guruvayur. And after that, and very clearly, when they had called for 330 seats at that time, if my memory serves me right, and Prime Minister went to Guruvayur. In the last 5 years, the BJP has not shown any significant gains in Kerala. Even now, if you look at the projections, there's not a significant up. Is that not a reflection?
First, glad to see the Holy Trinity or the Trimurti of Zaka, Rahul and Anand. And hello to all the fellow panelists.
Hi there.
First thing, when you look at these numbers, it's very heartening. But let's go back in history and see how this has happened. In 2014, the NDA got about 10%. Now in 2019, we got about 15.64% and we got a whopping 31,71,000 votes. So to say we've just increased it by 3%, I feel that we would probably even do better, and I'd like to recall the kind of the reception the Honorable Prime Minister had when he did a roadshow in Kochi or when he had a public meeting in Thrissur, and he himself said that given the developmental politics which has unfolded over the last 10 years and the people-centric policies, and more importantly, since in Kerala, both the Communist and the Congress are riddled with corruption. The corruption-free governance.
But C.R. Keshavanji, you would appreciate 5 years, it was set in stone that Kerala has to be breached. It was set in stone the very next day of 2019 election. And you're saying less than a 3% bump is what the opinion poll on the cusp of Lok Sabha 2024. Is that not reflective of the task, those who were given the task to build the BJP in Kerala, failing to do so?
Did I ever say, Anand, that we agree with there's only going to be a 3% bump, which is why I differ with you. I think there is going to be a substantial increase in terms of vote percentage. And if you see, even in 2019, we did 6 seats, we came second. But one thing let us understand, in terms of Kerala, I think phenomenal work has happened in terms of highway development, ports, and Jan Aushadhi, all these have had impacts. And let us also remember the people of Kerala understand, even when people were stranded in the Middle East, it was the Prime Minister who ensured that everybody came back safely. They are very intelligent voters. They understand that what Modi ji has performed, he has promised, he has performed, he has a track record, and Modi ki guarantee will have a
but Modi ki guarantee has to be backed with a Sangathan ka performance on ground. And if there is just a 3% bump in 5 years, sir, is that not a reflection?
Let's bring in Vivek Srivastava also. One second, CR, one second. Vivek Srivastava of the left. The left had one MP last time, one sole MP in Alapura. Now you've increased it to 4, but the UDF still has 14. The bigger story though, Mr. Srivastava, and that's what we've all been talking about, is the NDA, the BJP is opening its account in Kerala with not 1, but potentially 2 seats.
Well, I don't think that is likely to happen for 2 major reasons. Number 1, there has been a downslide in the fortunes of the Bharatiya Janata Party after 2019 in the entire South India. And Kerala is no exception. And if you see the population demography, the way the problems are over there, I do not think that the Hindutva placard or the Ram Janam Bhoomi and the other things that they are trying to do are going to actually work out for them. And I'm telling you, instead of a 3% rise in the vote share, I'm expecting a downslide in the vote share. Number 3, see, they are trying it in their own way. They have every right to do it. They are trying to pitch up Rajiv Chandrasekhar against Shashi Tharoor, because Shashi Tharoor has got a very international image over there. That is what I was reading a lot of analysts yesterday. So to counter that image, they are trying to put in their own person over there. However, I do not know if that is going to really work out. There were four constituencies that you mentioned. Thrissur is one.
Are you discounting the left candidate in Thiruvananthapuram altogether, Vivek ji? Are you discounting the left candidate in Thiruvananthapuram altogether?
No, they are trying to. No, not at all. They are trying to give a message in Kerala that look, we are pitching in some serious senior people, of the cabinet level over there. That is the kind of message the BJP is trying to put in, but that is not going to sell.
But Mr. Srivastava, can I ask you a question?
Where they are actually,
If this is Rahul here, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I mean, I can't understand this.
Sure.
If the BJP is going to slacken further in Kerala, shouldn't you then have agreed to an interesting arrangement with the Congress as part of the India bloc to ensure against any possibility of BJP doing better. You didn't do that. You, in fact, are competing right now with the Congress. Your greatest foe right now is the Congress. That is absurd, isn't it?
Right. No, it's not absurd, Rahul. If you see the history of this country since 1947 and the various elections, there are many states in which we have been traditionally fighting the Congress. Tripura was one, Bengal was one, Kerala was one, and there were a lot of other small state level elections where we used to, and even at the central level where we used to fight the Congress. However, the left feels that the Congress is a secular party, it's an old party, a national party, and it has made major contributions to the country, and at least the secular fabric of the nation has been preserved. That is why in 2004 also we fought against them.
But clearly not in
Kerala,
Kerala,
when it came
where
to
you want to
the
defeat
government
it.
of the UPA, the left supported.
But clearly not in Kerala where you want to defeat it.
Yes,
if you can just give me a moment,
No, I mean,
gentlemen. Vivek Srivastavaji, one second. We're also getting, and this is flashing on the side of our screens. Yeah. Let's have that 3-column back on air, please. The BJP's second list is out. Some heavyweights there in that list, including Manohar Lal Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana. He'll be fighting from Karnal, so that was pretty much expected after what happened yesterday. Yes. Anurag Thakur, the Minister for Information and Broadcasting, he will be fighting from his seat of Hamirpur. Baswaraj Bommai, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, will be fighting from Haveri. So he's being brought from the state to the centre. Prahlad Joshi, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, will contest from Hubli Dharwad. Tejasvi Surya, the young MP from Bangalore South. Nitin Gadkari has retained his seat. He will contest once again from the seat of Nagpur. This is a big one. Piyush Goyal, the Union Commerce Minister, will fight from Mumbai North seat, which was a BJP seat. Gopal Shetty was the incumbent MP there. He will fight from the Mumbai North seat. Pankaja Munde will fight from the Bid seat. Again, there were a lot of rumors about her not being in the good books of the leadership and so on. But Pankaja Munde, again, this is a move from the state to the centre. So she will fight from her father's seat, from Gopinath Munde's seat of Bid. And Trivendra Singh Rawat, who is again a former Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, he will be fighting from Haridwar. So some very interesting names there in the BJP second list as well. Anand.
Yes, even as these names come across, let's just quickly go back to our guests and also ask them. Ladies and gentlemen, as I speak and as we speak, please keep an eye on the leaderboard. The numbers are going up. It's the race in that 543 seats. Who is going to get beyond that magic number, of 272. But more importantly, the scorecard right now, out of 89 seats, 68 is to the BJP, 21 is to the INDI alliance. So that scorecard right at the top of our screens will continue to keep updated, refreshing and adding up, aggregating as and when we add on more states. And there are more states coming through in this broadcast. We go on till 10 p.m. But let's ask Suman C. Raman. Suman C. Raman, how would you see this? 4 seats, the LDF on its upswing there in Kerala, and UDF losing 4 seats, but 2 seats to the NDA. You think that's possible?
Honest answer, no, Anand. I think that the BJP will increase its vote share in Kerala, but it's not going to win anything. The only outside shot they have is Thiruvananthapuram. And other than that, look, if you take 2019, the BJP led only in one assembly segment in the whole state, and that was in the Thiruvananthapuram constituency, assembly segment called Nemo. That was the only one that they led in. So I can't see them winning anything in Kerala. Potentially, we don't know, it's early days yet. So how the contest in Trivandrum will pan out, we'll have to wait and see. But Thrissur, Muralidharan, mind you, it's Muralidharan's home turf. Vadagara was not his home turf. Thrissur is his home turf. So, so definitely he's not going to be a pushover there. In fact, he's probably going to be a more formidable candidate than Pradhavan was earlier. So I think that it's going to be much more difficult for the BJP to open its account in Kerala. But having said that, as many panelists said, for the longer term, an increase in vote share, possibly an increase in vote share also across the board, not just in Trivandrum, Pattanamthitta, Thrissur.
No, not just increase in vote share is not going to help unless they breach the 26-27% mark, and that cannot happen till the time that they are able to also get pull votes from the Christian community. pull votes from the
One-
Muslim
one-
community
one quick point,
because
Anand.
it's Hindus, Christians, and Muslims. It's three-way,
Anand, one quick
and
point.
it's
But
almost a
this is also
similar
classic
breakup.
cover
across-
your
In
flanks,
many places-
cover your flanks
in many
analysis.
places.
You
Yeah.
keep saying that yes, the vote share is going to go
No,
up.
vote share going
But-
up does not happen. That's why
One quick point.
at the cost of trying to repeat myself.
point.
In the last 5 years,
Come on.
if all that the BJP, after the Prime Minister clearly saying Kerala is the bastion that needs to be breached, or there the BJP needs to make inroads, where in terms of density you have the most number of shakhas of the RSS, if all you can do is 2.5% vote share up in 5 years, it's a reflection, and somewhere it needs
But,
introspection. Yeah, one
Anand,
second,
one
Shumaji.
last- one quick point.
Yeah,
One quick
okay,
point.
okay,
Need to
okay.
make a quick point,
Yeah,
Anand.
In
CRG
these
coming.
kind of situations where two parties are actually part of an alliance outside the state but are competing with each other, if there is one of the two contestants is not in with the chance, you tend to have some kind of an informal vote transfer to the other member
Well,
of the alliance.
will the
That
LDF
happens-
actually want to do it this time around, and will it actually transfer its vote to the UDF and vice versa? That's the big question. If there is a three-way contest, then the NDA or the BJP candidate stands a chance in some of the constituencies, otherwise no. Aarti Jairaji, your thoughts on the BJP retaining its base in the Hindi vote, its seats in the Hindi belt, but in terms of Kerala, not much inroads. Your thoughts, quickly, ma'am.
Well, I mean, I think after the assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, it was pretty clear that the BJP was going to sweep in the general elections too. I mean, that is actually a BJP fortress, an old BJP fortress, old RSS stronghold. So I'm really not surprised at your figures. And even that one that you're giving to the Indie Alliance, I think there's a question mark on that. We'll have to see whether that, the BJP grabs that as well. As far as Kerala is concerned, look, for the BJP to reach that target of 370 that the PM has set for the party, it obviously has to breach, the southern states big time. Not just Karnataka, which is, traditionally they've been quite strong there, but it has to make big inroads into Kerala, into Tamil Nadu, into Andhra Pradesh, into Telangana. And those kind of big inroads, whatever they've been trying very hard. I know they've been doing an outreach to the Christian community. They've been doing, major road shows, Padyatra by Annamalai in Tamil Nadu. But, the South marches to a different tune to the North. What works in the North doesn't necessarily work in the South. And I think the BJP's politics has to change.
RTG,
it has to become a little more inclusive.
With due respect to broad brush, every state south of the Vindhyas and under the same palette it would be unfair, because Karnataka sings a different tune, Kerala is different, Tamil Nadu, Telangana where an Amit Shah this time is confident of 12 out of 17.
We are talking about 5 states with 130 seats.
True, that's true.
Right?
But Rahul Shivshankar,
Yeah.
6 is 129.
You need to
No,
get
yeah.
60.
6 states.
6 and 1, but here the larger aspect is Kerala is a different thing, a different dynamic altogether because of the split itself, Zaka, and we've spoken about it.
Yeah.
North Kerala, Central Kerala, South Kerala, the dynamics are different.
Absolutely. If I can just draw it on a map, the part which we call Malabar is the Muslim dominant part. The central part, which is called the Nasrani part, which is the Christian dominated part, and the southern part is the Hindu dominated part. So you can sort of evenly split it. But I think the key is the other vote. If the BJP has to win either in Thiruvananthapuram or has to win in Thrissur, in Thiruvananthapuram, again, it's a classic case. It's the Latin Catholics, the fisher folk. Some of them are upset with Shashi Tharoor, by the way, because of the Virendra port and the controversy around it. So this was a solid Shashi Tharoor Congress vote bank, the Nadar Christians, as they're called. So can the BJP, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, make inroads there? I don't know. We'll have to wait for May. And again in Thrissur, the Suresh Gopi one, this is the Roman Catholic. So it's two different denominations. Don't ask me, there are 100 plus of them, Christians in Kerala. But these are the Roman Christians, Roman Catholics. They're again about 20% of the Thrissur constituency. Suresh Gopi has name recall, has face recall. He's a popular candidate. Like Nalin was saying, he polled close to 30% of the vote last time around, just fell short. But this time, he's taking on a person who is a much more formidable candidate. K. Muralidharan has been not just the son of a former chief minister, he's been an MLA, a multiple term MLA before, he's been an MP before. So he's a formidable candidate. He is, as Sumant said a moment ago, he's a much more stronger candidate than T.N. Prathapan was, which is perhaps why they dropped Prathapan and have brought in Suresh Gopi. Also, keep an eye out for the left candidate in both of these seats. Pandian Ravindran in Thiruvananthapuram is not a pushover. He's the MP who Tharoor first beat in 2009 to first time become an MP. So he's not a pushover there in Thiruvananthapuram. Even Sunil Kumar, who is the Thrissur candidate of the LDF, again a former minister, not a lightweight. So it's not going to be easy, but let's see. Like I said, the big talking point is 2 seats for the BJP. The BJP, I mean, if you are a BJP Kerala leader today or in charge of Kerala BJP today, you'd be happy, you'd be thrilled to bits that you've got 2 seats, you've opened your account.
But that's what I'm trying to say, that we should not, when I say we should not give credit to anybody if the NDA is getting 2 seats after so much of hard work. It should be criticism to the BJP on ground because they've not managed to make inroads in Kerala that they've been trying to over the last 10 years. And the vote share is not much of a jump. The other part is that those who have worked in their constituencies. Dr. Tharoor has been working in that constituency and he's come from there twice. So there must be something that is working for him there because he's going and making representations, and I'm privy to this information. I'm sharing with leaders in the government to say this is what my constituency needs and I want to work for my constituency. So whoever is working for their constituency, Suresh Gopi has worked, and you can see the roads and the transformation in certain segments of Thrissur when we go down. It's my hometown, I've seen it myself. So those things, will that make an impact? We'll have to wait and watch. Sanjay Jha, your thoughts? The UDF is slipping, LDF is gaining. Yeah.
Anand, I want to make 2 points here. Number one, I think you're ignoring the fact that the Congress is on a resurgence in the southern part of India. The Karnataka victory was followed by a victory in Telangana. There's a coalition government in Tamil Nadu. And the truth is that in Kerala, I agree with the BJP spokesperson. He is completely right that the Kerala voter is very intelligent and savvy, which is why they have kept the BJP out all these years and will probably continue the tradition in 2024. I think the other point that you also have to look at is the performance of the BJP in the assembly election. You know, you can't ignore the fact that in the assembly election, the BJP was down to 12 or 13%. So, you know, end of day, as we all know, that the truth is that the BJP's attempt at communal polarization has boomeranged. You'll remember Amit Shah's very famous statement when in Wayanad, at the time when the campaign was going on, he actually made a statement where he said in Wayanad, you know, when I look at the flags, I'm not sure whether it's India or Pakistan. And I think the people of Kerala are smart enough, discerning enough to know that here is the old typical BJP strategy.
Sanjay, I have to interrupt you because I have limited time. But the fact is coming to you, CRG. The last 2 minutes it's yours, and I'm coming to you. Just a quick intervention there, Sanjay Jha. If the voter is intelligent and discerning, the slide is away from the Congress party towards the LDF. So that's what it is right now. So how many more seats we do not know, and it's also clearly there is a shift on ground. But yes, CR Keshavan. Please.
First, Anand, there is this classical trope which everybody has about the minorities in the BJP, which is completely unfounded. See what happened in the Northeast. Yeah. They said...
Oh dear. We just
I think that's an important
point. Did we just lose
it?
We'll go back to CR Keshavan moment he's through.
When we saw the election results coming out recently in the Northeast, you actually had the BJP making inroads on 2 Christian constituencies. In fact, they bettered the Congress party. So I think, you know, we can't have a situation where we are saying that the BJP is increasing its numbers and also the LDF is doing better, and then still have a situation where we are suggesting that the UDF will hang on.
No, but they've come down from 19. From 19, they've come down to 14.
Yeah, so that means there's something that is not quite sitting right in the state of Kerala. There's flux on the ground. Now, how that sort of unpeels?
The amount of ground that the BJP needs to cover to win a seat is so huge.
But the BJP has transcended these gaps in previous elections.
Yeah,
We've had the famous case of... please.
Probably one election short. There's still one election short.
That's what is reflective of how much of work has been done in each of the states where the BJP in its mission south was weak. And somewhere there is a lot to be reflected upon with vis-a-vis Kerala, clearly based on the numbers that are showing, compared to what's happening in Telangana, compared to what's happening in Tamil Nadu, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, that state, Tamil Nadu. And of course, we'll get you insights from another state where there is a lot of halchal in the north of our country. Stay with us. Back on, ladies and gentlemen, on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. Thank you to all our viewers for staying with us. It's a two-day exercise, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. this evening, and also it will spill over into Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It's the biggest projection, the most comprehensive, exhaustive opinion poll, a sample of over 1,08,000 respondents who have been spoken with personally, a computer-aided personal interview. Projection across 518 Lok Sabha constituencies, 95% covering 21% of the states and union territories across our country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is perhaps the most comprehensive Janta ke Man Ki Baat that we are bringing for you. Right now, as far as the leaderboard is concerned, it will come right at the top of my head. Please follow it. Out of 138 seats so far, the BJP and the NDA in the lead in pole position with more than 80 seats to their name. But there is the India Alliance which is in the fray. Now to the state where there could be a lot of turmoil. We are talking about Tamil Nadu. So far, we've covered Bihar, we've done Kerala, we've looked at Madhya Pradesh. Now let's look at two interesting states. Tamil Nadu, where there is a tussle going on, and Haryana, where there is a lot of halchal. So let's look at Tamil Nadu first up. 39 seats in this state. The BJP is nowhere. In the past, it's played second fiddle to the likes of the ADMK. But this time around, the numbers will shock everyone. INDI Alliance, that's the DMK plus Congress, 30 seats out of 39. But look at the NDA. The BJP and its allies will get 5 seats. That's one more than the ADMK plus. So the ADMK, which ruled the roost at one point in time in Tamil Nadu, both in the Vidhan Sabha and in the Lok Sabha, is now relegated to a third place position at this point under Edappadi Palaniswamy. The BJP deciding to go it alone along with its allies. Is it the Annamalai plus factor? Is it the work that's been done on ground? Or is it the benefit of trying to fight the fight alone rather than playing second fiddle? But 5 seats as a projection. Where will these seats come from in Tamil Nadu is one question. Many people who are from the south of the Vindhyas will be asking, where in Tamil Nadu, which region will this come from? We'll tell you in just a bit. Zaka Jacob is ready with all that magic on the wall. But let's look at the vote share. These seats have to come only if there is a significant translation as far as the votes are concerned. Let's look at the vote share bump up for the NDA. Double digit, 13% vote share for the NDA. INDI Alliance, DMK plus Congress is 51%. The ADMK has greater vote share than the BJP plus, but has lesser number of seats. A 17% vote share, not something that the ADMK will accept at all. Others are taking away 19%. Now, who are these others? It's really interesting to understand, because that 19% away shift, is it away from the ADMK? And is that why, in a lesser concentration of seats, more number of votes being polled for the BJP, are we seeing 5 seats for the NDA? Big development this. Many people will be scratching their heads to see where is this coming from. Let's take it away to Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shankar, everybody watching.
You can count me amongst one of those who's scratching my head. But be that as it may, this is the breakup in Tamil Nadu, and this is a hugely shocking number, ladies and gentlemen. The BJP does not have a single member of parliament in the current outgoing Lok Sabha. Last Lok Sabha, they had one, Mr. Pon Radhakrishnan, who went on to become minister. Now, the News 18 poll is projecting 5 seats. 5 seats for the NDA. As per Mr. Umesh Jha's poll, Kaveri Delta region, the BJP is expected to open its account getting 1 seat. Which that seat is, we don't know. For me, the biggest surprise is the Chennai region, which includes the 3 seats, the city seats, and 3 seats in the outskirts, Sri Perumbudur, Kanchipuram, etc. Out of that, the BJP is expected to win 2 out of those 6 seats, and 2 seats in the western belt, the Kongu Nadu or the Kongu belt. This could likely be Coimbatore and Tirupur, where Coimbatore, of course, the BJP has won in the past, but 2 in the west, 2 in the greater Chennai region, and 1 in the Kaveri Delta. Similarly, for the ADMK, 1 in the Kaveri Delta, 2 in the south, which is the Tevar belt, which has always been the Madurai, Theni, Dindigul, that belt, that's always been the ADMK stronghold. So 2 there, and 1 in the west. Edappadi Palaniswamy hails from Salem, so 1 seat in the western part of Tamil Nadu. But the big talking point, and I want to open this up, I hope CR is there. I hope Sumant is also there because I'm sure
We'll
CR
come
also
back
must
to
be
Tamil Nadu.
scratching his head as
Let's-
much as all of us are. CR 5 seats to the BJP is the projection out of Tamil Nadu as per the News 18 mega opinion poll. CR first and then Sumant after that.
Yeah, Zaka, first thing, my line got cut. I just wanted to answer Anand quickly on Kerala. See, Northeast was always, they said BJP is persona non grata, but the politics of development transcended caste, creed and religion, and the BJP is the dominant party in the Northeast. Similarly, in Kerala, Modi ji's guarantee will work and will do very well. Now, coming back to Tamil Nadu, this is very heartening, but I'll tell you, I think we'll do much better. Because this, there has been, a massive anti-incumbency in Tamil Nadu, Zaka, very well. Be it the corruption, you have ministers who have resigned in jail. Dynastic politics has been really rebuffed by the people. And more importantly, the recent drug bust, the law and order situation in Tamil Nadu. And the north-south divide narrative of the DMK has totally failed. They said, Vadakku Vazhgirathu, Terkku Theigirathu in the 1950s. Old and they see through their lies. But more importantly, when Anand was saying, is it Annamalai, his impact? State leadership has done very well, but the impact of Modi ji is very big in Tamil Nadu. Let's look at what he's done. Whether it's the Tamil Sangamam, people, are so happy that, our values and traditions in Tamil Nadu are being recognized. The way he championed the Singhal, which was cast away in a museum by the Congress party, being given its primacy and, the rule of dharma in the parliament. Every time somebody looks at parliamentary proceedings, they see the Singhal. And the Prime Minister, very emotionally said at the UN, one of his happiest moments in life is when he spoke in Tamil. Be it the Subramaniam Bharati chair in Banaras. When he goes to Papagini, he releases a translation of Thiruvalluvar, Thirukural in Tamil. So, the people of Tamil Nadu are very sentimental. They are looking for a change. They are looking for an alternative. The state unit has done very well. The Yenman Yenmakkal Yatra has taken the message of, development and, corruption-free governance of Modi ji.
Sir, we'll talk about all that. One of the biggest aspects is the Ramlala impact also and the Anushtanam. There is a feedback that has also come which says that the Anushtanam and the travel that the Prime Minister, the discipline, the rigor that he gave ahead of the Pran Pratishtha also has an impact on Tamil Nadu. Where, how, we'll talk in detail. Like we said, there are two states we've got to talk about. If there is a tussle in Tamil Nadu, which is put tension to some and worry and wonder to the others, there is a Haryana hustle and the Haryana halchal also, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got to talk about. There's been a change of government overnight. ML Khattar is now going to contest from Karnal. But what are the projections for the BJP and for the India Alliance? It's interesting here because it's the Jat vote concentrate versus the non-Jat vote concentrate. NDA taking all 10 seats like the last time around. The BJP combined taking all 10 seats like the last time around, despite the JJP walking out, the NDA, the BJP going on its own along with some of its allies in that area and in that state. 10 out of 10 seats this time around for the NDA. So the INDI alliance is not going to get anything. Is there going to be a bump up in the vote share? What's the distribution of the vote share? Is the NDA going to retain these 10 seats just so? How are the candidatures going to work? We have to wait and watch because some of these, the Chief Minister is now an OBC. SC/ST vote share is very solid. Seat share and the vote share. 10 seats, NDA 62% vote share. Wow, that's really huge. In largely a two-way contest, and there is no mention of the Aam Aadmi Party anywhere. They're going to put a candidate in Kurukshetra, 9% vote share. Perhaps that's the AAP taking about 9% vote share. But the INDI alliance should have ridden on the anti-incumbency, also the farmer protest, all of that. It's not helping the INDI alliance as per the News 18 mega opinion poll. Any opinions here in the studio before we go back to Tamil Nadu on Haryana?
BJP had a vote share of 58% last time. You're showing a much higher percentage
4%
now.
up.
That's quite big. You see, because the point is, Haryana is a state where at the state level the BJP has had problems for the last 3 or 4, or at least till a year or two back. The fact that you've changed the chief minister now, there is a social engineering happening in Haryana with vis-a-vis Jats and within the OBC push of the BJP. In this scenario, if they're increasing by 4%, that's saying quite something. But
tell me, why is there that differential? Last time, the state assembly election happened within 6 months of the parliamentary elections. It was 58% in the parliament, it was 45% in the state. Why that 13% different? Is that the Modi factor, or what is it?
I think so. I think there is a premium that the Prime Minister brings to the election, which is what your poll also showed earlier in this program. So the same thing happened in Bihar last time too.
Yeah.
I mean, between the Vidhan Sabha election and the Lok Sabha election.
Just quick word from Aarti Jairat and Sanjay Jha on Haryana before we go back to Tamil Nadu. Aarti Jairat, 4% bump up. Despite many saying that there is anti-incumbency, Prime Minister Modi on the ticket, and look at the gains for the NDA there, vote share wise. Seats there.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, I think brand Modi sells very big in North India, and Haryana is no exception to that. And after the Ram Mandir, I mean, I think the BJP has definitely got this huge momentum behind them, and Haryana is obviously going to fall in their lap. What happens in the assembly elections later, we don't know, because that will be 6 months later. So we'll have to see. But the fact is that the BJP is in a strong position in Haryana, definitely going to repeat its performance of last year. And the number of I'm not surprised at the increase in the vote share.
Haryana mein aisa hai to Punjab mein kya hoga? We'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the story is a little different. I'll just give you that much of a hint. But let's come back to Haryana and Tamil Nadu. Yes, Rahul.
Anand, there are a couple of things here. Everyone you speak to in the north says the Ram Mandir effect, as if for the last 10 years there has been no development on the ground. Now, if you just look at if you look at the survey, the latest survey that has come out, and that is a survey in which they are talking about, and Nalin, you probably know about this because Money Control did a few stories about the survey, which is the consumption expenditure that has taken place in the north states, in rural areas, the diminishing poverty levels. Those are significant gaps. Those are individuals that were beyond the pale that have been brought in. And let's be honest about this, Haryana saw almost saturation in 3 particular policies. The LPG gas policies, the housing, and the one with regards to insurance. Absolute saturation of those policies on the ground. So let's try to look constantly, bringing the emotional Ram Mandir card into play. Of course, it's a factor, but it's only
along
a
with
factor.
the
There is a clear correlation between the creation of a new kind of a welfare state and the BJP becoming much more of a party of the poor and of rural India in the heartland. Absolutely. And the numbers show that, and you mentioned the consumer expenditure survey. The numbers there show that the gap, what was in rural India and compared to what's happened in terms of spending patterns is fundamentally changed. And that is also what we are seeing in the welfare schemes. So there is a clear correlation between that and the BJP changing its social character as a party.
I want to go back to Tamil Nadu because I think
North is the hub of the Labharti experiment.
That's the surprising number, and that's the number that I'm sure a lot of our viewers are interested in. A. Saravanan of the DMK is also joining us. Saravanan, so the big number in Tamil Nadu as per the News 18 poll is out of the 39 seats, 30 seats to the DMK Congress alliance, 5 seats to the BJP, 4 seats to the AIDMK. What is your first reaction?
Zaka, looking at this poll, not only people in your studio who are scratching their heads, whoever watching this will also keep scratching their heads. They will keep scratching their heads until BJP gets this number of seats. It is quite impossible. BJP cannot get 5 seats even in their dreams. In the state of Tamil Nadu, the Prime Minister is the most unpopular leader in the state of Tamil Nadu compared with any other leader. The way they have betrayed the state of Tamil Nadu, each and every way is resonating with the people of Tamil Nadu. In the studios, in the halls of Kamalayam, they can win elections. They can get 15 seats, 50 seats, how much ever seats you want to give them, you can give them. but in the hearts of the people, before the electorate, it is not possible. I'll ask one simple question, put one simple question. They are saying we are grown so much, we'll win 5 seats. We are asking the leaders of the BJP to contest from the state of Tamil Nadu. Will Madam Nirmala Sitharaman, who claims that she is from the state of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Jaishankar, who says he is from here, will have the courage to contest here? That is the question.
No, Saranam, that has nothing to do with, one second. That has nothing to do with this survey. One second, Saranam, the point is,
why are you getting agitated?
No, I'm not getting agitated.
Allow me to speak, Zaka.
Please speak.
Yeah, allow me to speak. Let me complete
I don't think choice of candidates has anything to do with the poll numbers. Let's stick to the poll numbers.
It has got everything to do. It has got everything to do if they are confident. That is why I said, they are saying that they are from the state of Tamil Nadu. You are saying that they will get a seat in Madras. Let them contest. Let them contest in 3 seats. Let them contest in 4 seats.
Okay.
I am challenging you. They will not be able to win a single seat.
Okay.
This is a joke. This is a scam.
Sumant is also,
whoever has taken this survey should be ashamed of themselves.
Sumant is also joining us. Sumant, yes.
Zaka, I'm absolutely gobsmacked by this. There's 2 seats in Chennai. For your kind information, the BJP, and you know this also, the BJP doesn't even exist in North Chennai and Central Chennai beyond, a few thousand votes. I mean, what are we talking about? How will the only seat in Chennai where the BJP has a presence is South Chennai? So where are they going to win this?
One second. Just a point of clarification. This does not. This is two seats out of 6. Yes. This includes Sri Perambudur and Kanchipuram.
There
yes.
is no party presence there, Zaka. That's what I'm not talking. Now, if you had said that they would win possibly Kanyakumari, and you've given them 0 seats in the south. So if you had said 1 seat in the south, 1 seat or 2 seats in the west, it might have at least seemed plausible. But this is absurd.
Two seats in the west, which is Coimbatore and Tirupur, 1 seat in the Kaveri Delta, 2 seats in the Greater Chennai
Kaveri
region.
Delta again is a Achilles heel of the BJP. BJP doesn't exist in the Kaveri Delta beyond a point, and the BJP doesn't exist in most parts of the Chennai belt. So I think that this is, and the other important thing, Zaka, I agree with the vote share of the BJP, 13%. It's probably going to be a little more because they are now busy recruiting allies. So it may be around 15-16% also. The point really is, with a 38% gap between you and the winner, there's no way you're going to end up winning anything. Unless, even assuming you have a concentrated vote, 38% is just too huge a gap. I mean, it's simple common sense. There's no way beyond one, perhaps.
CR to respond, and then I'll show you something on the magic wall. But CR to respond.
These friends of the DMK friend got very agitated. He needs to calm down. He's getting excited for no reason. Shows how afraid and fearful he is. First, let us understand one thing. Any time in the history of the state...
What are you, man?
Can you please let me complete?
Who are you, a pollster or a BJP propaganda?
Saranam, come on. Let's be courteous, please. Saranam, courtesy, please. Courtesy. Thank you.
Don't behave like your street speakers, Mr. DMK usually does. Kindly be calm. So, in every state's history, Zaka, there is an inflection point. In 1957, when the DMK contested a state assembly, it got 27. Then in 1962, they got 50. At that time, 25 would have been an unimaginable number. This is the inflection point of the BJP, and telling you why. The ADMK has split after 22, and there is a massive anti-incumbency. And the kind of rhetoric which the DMK is using is just, insulting everybody. See what happened in Thoothukudi. And Suvanji correctly said you left out the south. In Thoothukudi, when the second spaceport was being inaugurated by the Prime Minister, it's such a proud moment for every Tamilian. These people put a Chinese flag on a rocket and they insulted Abdul Kalamji, whose name comes to mind when you talk of space. They've insulted his contribution and...
one point to be made.
Rahul wants to come, and I want to show something on the magic wall as well. But one second, Saranam. Rahul.
Look, in the assembly elections, you had the BJP getting 4 seats in the DMK heartland itself, which is Erode, and that's the Periyar's birthplace. So let's not completely discount. Now, my problem with the projection here is that if the BJP is getting 5, what stops it from getting 10? If there is, obviously, if the BJP is already getting 5, that means there is anti-incumbency on the ground there. If that is the case, then you might actually have a different scenario.
See,
if people are making up their mind, there are 9 seats there. Remember, the India grouping has lost.
It's got less to do with the strength of the DMK and more to do with the weak AIDMK.
Precisely.
See, the BJP's gain will be in concentrated areas in certain seats, and these 5 seats will also come. And this is the opinion poll on ground.
Are you talking about
the reality is, unless the
Sivaganga?
BJP fights in concentrated number of seats rather than spreading itself thin, and it has the accrual.
Is there a way of going back to the region map?
It gets the benefit of accrual from the ADMK. Yeah.
From the information that we are getting, there are 5 or 6 seats where the BJP is really throwing the kitchen sink at it. There's Virudnagar, Ramanathapuram, Sivaganga, Tenkasi, and
these are all in southern Tamil Nadu,
So
but they're not making any gains in southern Tamil Nadu. They're not getting anything from southern Tamil Nadu.
That's the problem.
Okay.
So then let me add to what Rahul is saying. To the seats that Rahul has added, the other possible seats for BJP, if you're looking at possibilities, there is Kanyakumari, of course, there is Coimbatore and Tuticorin. Now the thing is that in Chennai, the BJP has very little presence. Now, if you're looking at seats, to make the point that Anand was making, seats where BJP is concentrated out of the 13-14% of the vote share, those are these 5-6 seats where the BJP had between 27 to 35% of the vote share last time. In other seats, the BJP has too much of a low vote share to come up by.
See, if you see, the vote share is still 13%. It's less than the ADMK.
Correct.
Now, these vote shares will, with 13% vote share, if you have to get 5 seats, that means you're saying that there is a concentration that's happening.
Yeah.
Now, if people who live in Tamil Nadu, people who have seen Tamil Nadu and where the BJP is acting in Tamil Nadu, out of the 39 seats, the BJP is not going to, if it focuses anything more than 15 seats, then it's going to spread itself thin.
Anand.
Now, these breakups is something which is surprising everyone.
Yes.
The fact that the BJP is in the hunt for getting 2 to 5 seats is not something which is surprising. Where they are going to win these seats is a bigger surprise. Where, and in the coming days,
no, actually, your panelists are saying that they're going to get a big fat 0.
See, panelists will say a big fat 0. See, largely, the party to beat is the DMK. The party which is weak is the ADMK. The party which needs to gain is the NDA or the BJP.
Is that your assessment, Suman? 0 for the BJP?
My assessment, Zaka, is if the BJP picks up 1 seat, it would be an achievement. If they pick up 2 seats, it's a phenomenal achievement.
Okay.
They are certainly not going to win more than
Zaka,
1.
can I say something
If
on
at
this?
all they're going to win, they're going to win 1 seat or 2 seats.
Okay.
There's
We
no
have to take a
way
break.
they're
We
going
have to
win
take a
5
break.
seats in the state.
Quickly and then we
Unlike Kerala, the BJP has won in Tamil Nadu before, has won in Kanyakumari before.
Yes.
There is the BJP circle of influence so far has been on the eastern side of Tamil Nadu from Tuticorin up till Sivaganga, and on the west in Coimbatore.
Correct.
If you are showing gains in the north, that's really surprising. But in this concentrated circle, it's possible for the BJP to make
one can only say there's something brewing in Tamil Nadu, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we may agree, disagree with the projections. This is how they are. But if the NDA or the BJP is standing to win 5 seats, Rahul Shivshankar is saying, why not 10? Our question is, will it even get to 5 and how will they do it? So, there are all these questions. This will be debated. The opinion poll will continue. The leaderboard as we take a very, very short break. 138 seats, 81 for the NDA as of now. Is that count going to go higher as we bring you more numbers when we come back? The state of Punjab and also Himachal. Stay with us. Back on, ladies and gentlemen, on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, 138 out of 543 seats, the leads, and who's taking them so far as per the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. It's out. Let's bring out the arch and see. And the NDA has the lead with 83 of those seats. So that's what is happening. We have the situation right now. 83 of these seats are with the NDA, 51 with the INDI alliance, 4 going to the others. That's the current situation. Let's add 2 more states and let's increase the count and see who's placed where, as we call Punjab. Let's go straight to the state of Punjab, where the Aam Aadmi Party holds sway by sweeping the Vidhan Sabha elections. But given the farmer protests, given what's happened in the recent months, is there a twist in the tail? Given the fact that the SAD and the BJP are no longer together, is there a twist in this entire Punjab story? The numbers are going to make you sit up and take notice and say, "Ye kaise ho sakta hai?" Why? For the Aam Aadmi Party, sab nahi changa si, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it is. Let's look at the numbers. The numbers say the AAP is taking only 1 out of 13 seats. 7 seats to the Congress. 3 to the BJP NDA, BJP plus or the NDA, and 2 go to the others. That perhaps is the Shiromani Akali Dal there. Aam Aadmi Party only 1 out of 13 seats. It's the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll with the state of Punjab. The AAP is going to be worried with these numbers. They may reject it outright, they may go back and introspect, but the Congress is going to jump at this and say, wow, are we coming back in Punjab now? Let's look at the vote share. How is it with respect to the vote share? Does it really significantly dent the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share? Only 15% vote share for the AAP. Those who moved away from the Rivaji parties, that is the Shiromani Akali Dal and the Congress in the past during the Vidhan Sabha elections in Punjab, are they going back? Are they moving away from the Bhagwant Mann-led Aam Aadmi Party? 38% vote share for the Congress, 13% vote share for the BJP. Should the BJP have gone solo in Punjab long ago? 34% is to the Shiromani Akali Dal, the others. This is the significant change or the shift that's happening. Are they going back to the Rivaji parties there, Zaka? Big story here.
I think so. I think Punjab would be a surprising story again, not least because the BJP, which had 2 last time, has increased its tally. It's gone up to 3. Remember, they had Gurdaspur, Sunny Deol, not expected to get the ticket this time around, and then they had Hoshiarpur. This is a reserved constituency. So these are the 2 seats that the BJP held. But now that number is going up by 1. So the BJP on its own, in a state where it has always depended on the crutches of the Shiromani Akali Dal, will go up from 2 to 3 as per the News 18 poll. The Aam Aadmi Party, which had 1, which was Sangrur, which was Mr. Bhagwant Mann's seat, which they lost after the Vidhan Sabha election, they will have 1 seat. And the Congress, which had 8 last time around, will come down by 1 seat to just 7. So it's going to be 7 to the Congress, 2 to the Shiromani Akali Dal, 3 to the NDA, and 1 to the Aam Aadmi Party. And Rahul Shivshankar, please weigh in on this. For me, what is surprising, are you going to Himachal?
Yeah, let's do Himachal quickly. Let's put out the Himachal numbers again. So right now, 90 seats for the BJP overall or the NDA overall in the lead that we've put out. Let's look at the state of Himachal. What's going to happen now at this time when we look at Himachal? 4 seats in Himachal, all 4 going to the BJP, comfortably placed there. So the overall tally, national tally for the BJP and the NDA goes up to 94 at this point, ladies and gentlemen. So once 3 seats for the NDA in Punjab, for all 4 seats to the BJP, that goes back into the NDA kitty with respect to Himachal Pradesh. So overall, it's a clean sweep. The last time around also, Himachal was a clean sweep for the BJP. So we'll focus on Punjab. Let's come back to Punjab. The vote share quickly, 67% vote share for the BJP, so sweeping it. The Congress, which is supposed to be in government there, now clearly not raking in the numbers as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. So they may have won in the Vidhan Sabha, and there is trouble in the government there already. So clearly the shift is happening in the mind of the voter, and PM Modi on the ticket means it just swings towards the BJP.
You know, Rahul, I think the Punjab figure is absolutely important because this whole farmers protest, and again, just like there's this whole narrative that, you know, the South doesn't like Modi, there's this narrative that Punjab does not like Modi, but they've increased their seats from 2 to 3. And for me, the bigger story, and you know, weigh in on this whole duality in the mind of the Indian voter. They just gave the Aam Aadmi Party 90 plus seats just 2 years ago in the 2022 Assembly election, and now they're down to just one MP. How does the voter make that distinction?
Well, first of all, let's not forget that Lok Sabha elections under Mr. Modi have actually become a presidential contest. So that is something that we have to factor in. The BJP will obviously do better because the Prime Minister is on the ticket. And now there is enough data to suggest that the BJP gets a bump of anywhere between 8 to about 14%, even in seats where it doesn't have much of a presence when the Prime Minister is on the ticket. So the fact that the BJP is sort of rebounding a little bit in Punjab is not surprising. We are also hearing that Praneeth Kaur might be actually getting a ticket, and there are two others who might be in the running, who actually might do well for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So I think that number is pretty accurate. The big surprise, of course, is the Congress-AAP contest. Now, this is an interesting one because here it is the India bloc taking on each other. And it is very possible that the AAP has not been able to consolidate on its assembly election because if you remember, in the state of Punjab, this particular farm crisis and the last one, the backlash was faced by the Aam Aadmi Party's chief minister.
True, but
he has been seen. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, there have been, and I'm interrupting you here, but there have been protests against Bhagwant Mann by the Kisan in Punjab too. But
that's what I'm talking about.
What surprises me, Rahul, is that 34% of the votes are going to the SAD. If you look at the vote share here,
so I was coming to that point. So I was coming to that point. Not only is it a contest between the AAP and of course the Congress, but there is also the SAD there. And I think if you really look at these contests, I think they're going to be close ones. I don't think that the AAP's vote share will be, it'll be around the point where it is. But I have a fundamental problem with the Congress getting the vote share that we are projecting on this particular.
You feel that it will not get so much?
What happened in Punjab in 2022 was that the Congress voter basically moved en masse to AAP. Because there was a rejection of politics as usual in Punjab. Both the Akali Dal and Congress were both rejected and AAP gained from it. What these numbers are showing, if they are correct, is that AAP, which was the new kid on the block, seen as a game changer, has not been able to fulfill its promise in Punjab, and the voter is going back to a traditional player like the Congress and the Akali Dal, which is at 30% here. Remember in 2019, Akali Dal in Punjab was about 27%.
Why is the 34% vote share not translating into seats? How is it that
the others could include Akali Dal plus independents and smaller. Let's say it's in the ballpark of 30%. But Nalin, this hypothesis is that in 2 years, what has happened that for en masse a block of voters that went, they gave 93 seats to the Aam Aadmi Party in the assembly election.
That's right,
and they're down to
42% of the vote.
No, but the CM lost his own Lok Sabha seat.
That he did.
Immediately. That was what? A month and a half.
Within 6 months,
Within 6 months.
Within 6 months. Tehseen Poonawalla is with us in the studio.
I'll give you an answer. Unlike Delhi, where also the AAP basically gained by displacing the Congress, and that's been a permanent change to a large extent. We've seen that. In Punjab, the AAP has been unable to replicate the successes it had in Delhi as a party of governance. Punjab is the first real state the AAP is in power in. And they've had problems with the police, they've had problems with other parts.
We'd like to question this data and also look at it and break it down threadbare. Ajay Alok, national spokesperson of the BJP with us. Abhinandita Mathur, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party with us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan, author, political commentator with us. Tehseen Poonawalla already with us in the studio. And of course, Amitabh Tiwari, election strategist. And Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist. Namaste, Jai Hind. Thank you very, very much to everyone. One of the questions that comes top of mind, Ajay Alok, how is the BJP going to gain in Punjab when an SAD and the others are taking 34% of the vote share, Congress is taking 38% of the vote share, and can you yourself believe that the AAP will have only 15% vote share?
See, as far as the AAP saga goes, what kind of a governance they have given in Punjab is for everyone to see. People of Punjab do not want instability to return to Punjab again. And with the kind of functioning they are doing, that the Delhi is calling planes from Punjab is sending all the help for Gujarat elections, You don't get state government to just fulfill your political needs. You get state governments to improve the state's health, which is abysmally low at the moment. Punjab being in such a high debt, but still nothing, no respite. And the biggest hypocrisy what politics has seen is a classical example of Aam Aadmi Party being a part of India Alliance, but not contesting with Congress together in Punjab, just to show that since their main rival is Congress Party in Punjab. The same thing is happening in the West Bengal, or for that matter Kerala, with different kind of allies. So this is a alliance of contradictions, and people on large, by and large, don't like alliance of contradictions. So this is what is happening to Aam Aadmi Party. So that's why I guess their vote share has gone down. And secondly, don't forget, they were not a natural choice in the last election. People just chose them just out of frustration from both the parties, that is Congress and Shiromani Akali Dal. But now they are back to basics. On the other hand, BJP, we are constantly working in Punjab at the ground level. Our support among the masses is increasing. Okay. The policies of Narendra Modi government, the kind of work the government of India is doing, it's increasing every day. And the confidence of the people, like what one of the fellow gentlemen said right now, that since Narendra Modi is fighting, this becomes a presidential kind of election. Yeah. Definitely the love for Narendra Modi is undoubtedly increasing in every state, and that's what we are reaping.
I want to ask Abhinandita Mathur of the Aam Aadmi Party. 2 years ago, Abhinandita Mathur, you had 93 MLAs, 2/3 majority in Punjab. But your Lok Sabha position, as per the News 18 opinion poll, is still pretty much where it was 5 years ago. You will be with just one MP. And yes, the vote share has gone up from under just about 10% or so to about 13-14%. But the number of MPs will still remain the same. The Congress had 8 last time. They'll come down by 1 to 7. The BJP had 2 last time. They will go up by 1. Remember, one critical factor. Last time around, BJP and Shiromani Akali Dal fought in an alliance. This time, they're not in an alliance. And the Akali Dal will retain the 2 seats that it won in 2019. So what's gone wrong? If the people reposed faith, the Punjabi people reposed faith in you 2 years ago, giving you as many as 93 MLAs, why are you still stuck with just one MP?
Zaka, with all the respect for whoever has conducted this survey, I think that I would really urge you to, save these predictions for the result day. And we will definitely come back to this. Look, I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but as far as we are concerned, our surveys show that we are winning 13-0. And I was listening to all the other speakers, especially the BJP spokesperson, and I was rather amused when he said that Modi ji's popularity is increasing in Punjab, whereas the fact is actually absolutely the opposite. Look, it has happened many times that for the Aam Aadmi Party, it has been written off much before the elections. In fact, even when we got 90 seats, a lot of surveys had actually written us off entirely, and we did bring more than 90 seats in that Punjab election. So I think it is a bit amusing that that this survey and based on this survey, the kind of tippanis that the other spokespersons are giving, I'm actually I would really like to take the survey to the people of Punjab, and we'll all have a good laugh about it. Look, the thing is that in Punjab, finally, the people of Punjab have a people's government. The way in which the Congress then and the Akali have looted Punjab, had actually mass murdered the youth, putting them in the hands of the drug mafia, being hand in glove with them. I don't think that any of these parties actually have any onus to comment on whether they're going back to the ruling party. I can assure the BJP.
Abhinandita,
again, do anything, but they're definitely not going to the BJP.
We'll all be here in May of 2024 and to see if these numbers hold. But Tehseen Poonawalla, I think this is an illustration once again that if you have an India alliance, pan-India, and these 26 parties and so on and so forth, but when it comes to your own turf, for Bhagwant Mann, he's like, I don't want to have to do anything to do with the Congress party. I'm going to contest all 13 seats. So this is a turf war. One second, Tehseen. Yeah. Tehseen. Yeah, Tehseen.
Zaka, can I be honest with you? Anand and Rahul have very often asked me this question on why is there no alliance in Punjab between Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party. And the correct answer to give is, look, if we have an alliance, the BJP will grow. Now you come on national TV, where 3 of the country's top anchors are anchoring, an AAP spokesperson, and says, no, the Congress is murdered. The reasonable question that you, Zaka, will ask is then why are you in an alliance with the Congress across the country? So your question, Zaka, what the India Alliance is doing is this is the media communication. They don't know what to say. No, that's a problem. You could have it's a political answer to give. You come and say the Congress is murdering people, but you're in an alliance with the Congress and you're taking seats on the Congress, the same murdering Congress in Gujarat, say this. So this is a problem. So the India Alliance has to calm down and understand what it has to speak. That's number one. Number two, now let's speak about Punjab. This is the only state, perhaps in the history, and Anand and Rahul, please correct me, where a chief minister lost his own Lok Sabha seat after 6 months of being elected. On a popular vote with more than 90, they lost the Lok Sabha seat. They are now coming and telling people what to do. Not one promise of the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab has been fulfilled. They could not even keep their party together. Congress helped them in the mayor election. Their corporators went and they lost the deputy mayor election after the Supreme Court stepped in. This is the state of Aam Aadmi Party. They have no locus in Punjab. The people of Punjab are actually looking for an alternative. And I disagree with this poll. I don't think the Congress is winning 7. I think the Congress will get the Akali Dal vote because there is rumors of the Akali Dal merging with the BJP or going with the BJP.
No, Akali Dal going with the BJP or not, we'll have to wait and watch. But one of the aspects is this is not spoken to political parties. One thing we'd like to qualify in this poll, opinion poll, is that 3 Vidhan Sabhas of every Lok Sabha Kshetra has been, or Lok Sabha constituency has been covered. 3 assembly constituencies, every Lok Sabha seat have been covered. The other aspect is these are computer aided personal interviews. One of the things that one needs to understand is that there is a shift in the mood of the voter on ground. Now, it may translate to seats and everybody's projections may be different. But Amitabh Tiwari, would you accept that there is a churn in Punjab? Are people going to turn back to the Rivayati parties? Or are they going to perhaps choose differently for Lok Sabha? We'll have to wait and watch. But do you agree that the mind of the voter is a little disgruntled or perhaps not so convinced with what the AAP has delivered in Punjab? Or is it because it's Lok Sabha? How would you read this?
Yeah, see, what happens is that a Lok Sabha election is different from a Vidhan Sabha election, and we have seen this happening to Aam Aadmi Party even in Delhi. See, what is happening is that Punjab has always displayed anti-center politics. But now, there are 3 claimants to the anti-center vote. One is Congress, the other is Aam Aadmi Party, and even Shiromani Akali Dal, by not coming back to the NDA, seems to be holding on to its Jat Sikh and Panthik Sikh voters. So now there is competition among anti-center parties, 3 parties for the vote against the center. And amongst these, it seems, if the survey numbers are true, that the people are backing the Congress because they see it as the national party and also as the principal opponent to BJP at the national level. I agree with Tehseen ji from the fact that AAP and Congress just aligning in the neighboring Delhi and not aligning in Punjab and also forming an alliance in a few other states sends a very confusing message signal to the voters. We've seen this sort of experiment of Congress and the left parties in West Bengal and Tripura, and that has failed disastrously.
No, but if you look at it in Kerala, they are against each other.
Also perhaps is...
No, wherever required, they will ally. Wherever they need to fight with each other because it's a tough war, it's a tough war, as Zaka called it. It is a tough war. Nirja Chaudhary, where do you stand on these numbers? Nirja Chaudhary is not there. Dr. Anand Raghunathan with us. The leaderboard right now says 90-59 out of 155 seats, right up there. We've shown the results across Bihar, across Haryana, across Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, and Madhya Pradesh, and of course Himachal. 155 out of 543 seats, 90 for the NDA, 59 for the India Alliance, 6 going to others. Right now discussing Punjab, where the Aam Aadmi Party is returning a 15% vote share out of the sample that we've collected. We've got the number of respondents from Punjab itself. Zaka was reading out state by state. We'll get to that. But Dr. Ranganathan, do you see a shift in the mind of the voter? Do you agree with these vote share projections? Return of the Congress and the SAD into Punjab?
I think it's too early to say right now, of course trusting the numbers, but there are a couple of points out here, Anand. I think the first one is that AAP and Congress are at loggerheads in Punjab, and of course you will come to Bengal later on. Wherever there is, or there was a possibility, and Tehseen might disagree with me, a possibility that Congress might make a comeback. there the allies of Congress, the so-called allies of Congress, have not given it any share at all. And I think that's something that I don't know what Tehseen would say about that, but it reflects in more ways than one about the confidence not in the India alliance, but Anand, rather in what the Modi government has achieved in the last 9 years. And I would love to discuss a couple of startling new data points that have been disclosed. The first one obviously is that the periodic labor force survey now says that the unemployment is actually even lower than 3.6, it's 3.1. The inflation is actually lower than 5.6, it's 5.2. So there is no problem of mehengai, there is no problem of berozgari. What are the issues that the opposition or India alliance is going to be coming together for?
See, there are
Anand,
those are questions to be.
Anand, sorry, just to be Anand. I know that my friend Dr. Anand is a fantastic scientist, but I can promise you he's not gone to the market to buy tomatoes, vegetables. No, listen. So I promise you that if you say you're a great cook,
yes,
you're a great cook, but you haven't bought the vegetables. If you say inflation is not a problem, the viewers of CNN News 18 are going to chuckle.
No, whether inflation is a problem or not a problem, it's a common problem for everybody.
I think we should just look at Punjab, the broader picture very quickly. Look, in the north, where the BJP needs to do better, or at least as well as it did in 2019 to get to that figure of 303 plus. It's projecting at 370. It needs to pick up 67 seats. At this moment, it's getting 73 out of 86 projected in just the north. Now, that's a big number.
That's huge.
And their gains already 2 and possibly 1 more. So 3 seats they're gaining, which tells you, and some of these states are not traditionally states that get swayed. Apart from, of course, Bihar and Madhya Pradesh, Himachal and Punjab, we constantly come back to the emotive issues. I don't know if Ram Mandir, the temple, etc., has such a big emotional connect in Himachal and Punjab. Certainly, I'm not discounting the fact that it does. It consolidates the Hindu base. But does it actually have a determining effect? I don't know.
No, I want to come back to Punjab about the point that Amitabh Tiwari made. And I think it's a valid point. About this.
But fundamentally, the BJP, I know it's not much of a factor in Punjab, but it has, at least by our survey, got 3 seats.
Yeah, 3 seats. One more than last time.
Which is one more than last time. Which tells you that, again, there is a pro-incumbency advantage. The last time we saw a pro-incumbency advantage, discounting the 2019 election, was back in 1971, when Indira, who was split down the middle, the running Congress in fact, came back with a massive mandate with almost 50% vote share.
Yeah, no, but this anti-center politics, Nalin, what Amitabh Tiwari was saying, Punjab has always been, in the 80s it was anti-Indira Gandhi, in the 90s, again, anti the center, and this whole perception that Punjab, because of the farm protests, whatever it is, Modi is not exactly a popular figure there. These numbers of the poll belie that.
I'm not sure I agree with that characterization, simply because in Punjab, this poll is showing 3 seats for BJP as opposed to 2 last time.
Correct.
And those are largely in the areas where the BJP vote share in Punjab has all been concentrated in 2 or 3 or 4 seats. In those ones. I'm not sure this poll is showing an expansion geographically outside of those seats, while the overall vote share might be increasing. So in Punjab, the real issue is, in Punjab, there is an older order of politics which has been completely discredited of both the Akali Dal and the Congress. The voter is trying to find an alternative. It tried to find that in AAP. It seems disappointed by AAP after 2 years of governance. And the BJP has not yet filled that vacuum. It's increasing, but it's not the alternative yet.
Is there another way
to look at it? But I do want to add to what Rahul is saying.
Okay.
Overall, Rahul made the point about your numbers overall in the Hindi heartland.
Yeah.
Now,
north.
In the north of India. Yeah. In north of India in 2019, the BJP's strike rate was 89%.
Exactly.
Now, if these numbers hold, then the BJP is maintaining that strike rate in North India.
Whether it will hold or not, the big state of Uttar Pradesh coming up in just a bit. But Abhinandita ji, quickly, I've just got 30 seconds. Request you to think about this. When it comes to Vidhan Sabha at the state level, the voter is trusting the Aam Aadmi Party. But at the central level, national level, is the voter moving away from the AAP? Be it Delhi or in Punjab. Would you buy that argument? You may not buy this seat projection or the vote share, but is there a worry for the AAP there?
Not at all. In fact, as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, we have nothing to lose but only to gain. look, BJP has taken 50 years to reach where they are. Given the fact that we are only 10 years old, 11 years old a party, and we have governments in 2 states, and we now have representation in the parliament, in the Rajya Sabha as well, in the Lok Sabha as well now, and the numbers are going to grow rapidly. I don't think that the Aam Aadmi Party has anything to worry about. I think that people are, looking at paying attention to the kind of work we are doing.
Right.
I don't think that there is an alternative to the
There is
Aam
a
Aadmi
reason.
Party, and
I'm interrupting you because we are
definitely-
compelled to take a break, but we request you to stay on because the conversation will take it forward.
Just very
Does the
quickly,
voter
Delhi
not
is
trust
next.
the
Delhi.
AAP
Just
when it
very,
comes
very
to
quickly,
central level
very quickly.
politics?
Anand,
Because it's Delhi when we come
Anand,
back.
very
Have to take
quickly.
the
Very, very
break. Have
quickly.
to take the
This
break.
is
When
the
we come
first
back, we
election
start
that
with
the
Rahul
AAP is
Shankar.
facing
Promise we start with
after,
Rahul
the
Shankar.
raids and
Taking
the
a break.
arrests.
Please, please, please. Back on, ladies and gentlemen, on the News 18 mega opinion poll, and we've covered right now the states that we've covered. We started with the state of Bihar, moved to Kerala and Madhya Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu and Haryana, Punjab and Himachal, and let's look at the capital, the national capital of Delhi now. Let's bring in Delhi and see how do the scores add up so far. Does the NDA continue to have the dominance that it has had so far? 162 out of 543 declared, 97 to the NDA. Now let's look at Delhi. The last time around they had all 7 seats in Delhi. What are the projections this time around? The News 18 mega opinion poll says BJP will retain all 7 seats, even as Harsh Malhotra has also been added as a candidate now. So there's been a change of the candidates, but retention rate continues to be up 100% for the BJP in the state of Delhi. Let's look at the vote shares. The vote shares have a story to tell on their own, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the case that we were making when we went into the break. Is the AAP not able to translate its Vidhan Sabha hold in states like Delhi and in Punjab, where it's in power, into the central elections or the Lok Sabha elections? Nearly 60% vote share for the BJP. Its core voter in Delhi at Vidhan Sabha level is about 33 to 34%. So that means it's a big 14% up for the BJP. Beg your pardon, 24% up. 24% up for the BJP from 34 to 58%. And the INDI alliance will get about 40% vote share. Now the INDI alliance in this case largely, does that mean the Congress party or is it the Aam Aadmi party?
It's both.
Well, or is it a combination of the two, because they are an alliance? They are fighting as an alliance in Delhi. 3% is the others. These are the numbers for Delhi. Rahul Shivshankar, as promised, we'll start with you.
Well, sorry about interrupting you just before the break the last time, but the point I was making about the AAP, which is in power in Punjab as well as in Delhi, not doing well at the Lok Sabha level, is because 2 reasons. Number one, it is not seen as the national party of governance, not an alternative. Neither is Mr. Kejriwal in the same bracket as our own poll has shown, as Mr. Modi in the leader sweepstakes. Number one. Number two, don't forget, this is a national election, national issues. Corruption is a big issue. It's the first election that the AAP is facing after most of its leadership in Delhi is in jail. There are also corruption allegations against the AAP in some levels in Punjab. You have a problem of perception here. It's clear. The AAP is certainly not developing into a party of national alternative. That's going to bother the AAP very much. This is the big takeaway from Punjab.
Even the approval ratings, if we can call it, you said Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but Mr. Kejriwal pales in front of Rahul Gandhi also.
Yeah, 9%.
9% too, with and compared to 21% for Rahul Gandhi. Tehseen Poonawalla, Abhinandita Chaudhary with us. We also have Mr. Amitabh with us at this point. Neerja Chaudhary should join us any moment now. Tehseen Poonawalla stays on, Dr. Ranganathan stays on, and Ajay Alok of the BJP is also with us. Yes, Tehseen.
No, I just think that this Delhi opinion, the 58%, all 7 seats going to the BJP, I have a slight problem with this. Now, while I respect the opinion poll, if the BJP was so popular and its MPs would have done so much work, they would have repeated. The fact that they had to change all except Manoj Tiwari means the MPs failed, and the MPs actually failed in Delhi. They've done nothing in Delhi for Delhi. Why do we think that just because you have Prime Minister Modi, who I agree brings in what Rahul said earlier, 8 to 10% extra vote, people will vote for an MP? Ultimately, in a city like Delhi, where the MPs of BJP have failed not 1 but 2 terms, yes, they want Prime Minister Modi as Prime Minister, but the MPs are not going to deliver once again. Do you think the people of Delhi don't know what's going to happen?
I just want to at that point call out that number, that question that we have asked at the News 18 mega opinion poll. Can we call it here on the wall right behind me, please? With irrespective of the candidate, will you vote? Yeah. We ask the BJP voters this. We ask the BJP voter, irrespective of the fact that who's the candidate, will you vote? Because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be the person, the prime ministerial face. Now, this is the one that, let's try and look at it. This is not the most capable as the Prime Minister. The next question here, when we ask the BJP voter, we'll try and call that here, if we can call that number. 85%, ladies and gentlemen, just recapping and showing, yeah, this is the one. will you vote for BJP because of Modi regardless of the candidate? Tehseen
I'll
Poonawalla.
answer that.
Tehseen Poonawalla. Tehseen Poonawalla. This is the thing. PM Modi on the ticket, you change the candidate. 85% of the BJP voter says, I will continue to vote. I will still vote, irrespective of who the candidate is.
I absolutely respect that. I would say it's a shame it's only 85. It should be 100%. They should all vote for Mr. Modi and all 100% Congress will vote for Rahul Gandhi. That's not the issue. That's not going to win you the election. The elections are won by fence sitters. Now, do you say, and I'm repeating my question, is a fence sitter voter in Delhi, after the horrors Delhi saw in COVID, where the union government abdicated responsibility, was taking GST on oxygen, where the MPs were hiding, where Harshvardhan failed, where he was kicked out as health minister, where he's not been repeated? No. I am asking the question. Yes, they want Prime Minister Modi. Will they still vote for
Ranganathan and then Ajay?
Yes. I love Tehseen, and Tehseen is my
and so do I, and you're looking dapper.
Thank you very much. But, you know, I love to extend his logic when it comes to BJP to Congress as well. When he says that, look, so many MPs have not worked well, that is why those MPs have been changed. By that same logic, 87 candidates have been announced of Congress. 33% are new.
Correct.
Do you mean to say yes or no, have the sitting Congress MPs not done the job that they should have done?
No sitting Congress MPs been changed except one. Only one. That's the data.
It's just the candidates who've been changed. They lost the last.
Yeah, that's true. And the people rejected them. Obviously, they didn't perform.
That's
what obviously, they didn't perform.
I want to make a change in 52. How many can change among 52?
They didn't hope the 50 to stay here and not go to BJP.
Tehseen, you made an important point of the COVID thing, and you did a lot of work in the COVID thing. Look, it's not just Delhi. There are two other states which had the worst reports in the COVID time. One was Gujarat, one was UP. And the reportage on that was done a lot by BJP MPs themselves, who critiqued the response. But look at what happened in these states in the elections which followed afterwards. In UP, the BJP won a mandate which is the highest ever in its history. In Gujarat, it's also won the highest ever mandate. So there's not necessarily a correlation between these two things. And third thing I want to say is that in Delhi, what have they done? They've changed all their MPs. This is part of the Modi model in Gujarat and in election after election in Gujarat and in 2019 as well. Mr. Modi's model has been to get around anti-incumbency. You remove more than one third of your MLAs or your MPs.
He changed the chief minister.
Exactly. So you get around the local anti-incumbency by doing that. So I'm not sure why that would not necessarily work in Delhi. There's no question that BJP has a Delhi BJP problem. But it doesn't have a national problem.
We are again confusing a local election, a national election. This is the capital of India. The capital of India is going to be voting for the future of Bharat. They are certainly looking at who is going to lead this country over the next 5 years and assess. Mr. Modi.
Is a voter of Mumbai or Pune or Bangalore not going to do that?
I'm saying so. I'm saying so. You're forgetting. I'm saying they're not. They're not talking about. The BMCC election.
No, I agree with you.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying in a Lok Sabha,
I'm just using an example.
Voter of Bangalore not voting for the future of India?
Yeah, of course they are. And that's why Mr. Modi is on the ticket and wins.
And therefore he gets 8%.
Ajay Alok of the BJP, we'll also call out the approval ratings.
A rabble that is pulling.
We'll ask the team to put out the approval ratings of the 4 leaders. Ajay Alok of the BJP with us, 7 seats. You have to change all your candidates except Manoj Tiwari. So, Tehseen Poonawalla says, आपका MPs ने perform नहीं किया. किस बात का vote क्यों कमाएंगे आप? Why should you be voted in?
I'm really amazed that I can understand that the Congress party has lost the pulse of people. They don't understand the pulse of the country and the mood of the nation. But I was not expecting this from Tehseen Bhai at least. And he keeps on shuttling between Delhi and Pune. So you should understand the pulse of the people. Here is a leader whose credibility is well judged, whose track record is impeccable. Here is the leader who, for the last 22 years of power as Chief Minister and as the Prime Minister, has no charges of corruption against him, has not tolerated corruption at any level, is doing all possible actions against corrupts, sending them to jail. And actually, it's working good for us that the Congress party and Aam Aadmi party, they don't understand the pulse of the people. This actually works for us. It's good to be. The biggest part in this politics is perception. And the perception in Delhi about Congress, you ask any moving guy, it's not a fence sitter don't win you elections, sir. It's the people who wins you election. It's the people's perception what wins you the election. This has happened in 2014.
But
and this has
the
happened in
politics of
2019.
perception fails you,
It's a clear
fails the
leadership.
BJP when it comes to Vidhan Sabha.
Can I make a very quick point?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I think what Tehseen also said, you have to agree that there is a point. I mean, Modi is facing anti-incumbency the third time round. Has he been replaced? No, because he's delivered. So the point remains, those who have delivered or done exceptionally well have not been changed, have been retained. So BJP sometime or the other has to answer this question. Every party has to. Why have you removed or changed your candidates?
Can I just show that on the map? I think Tehseen is getting to a point. I think the reason why the BJP changes, as Nalin said, is because of cutting out local anti-incumbency. But look at the vote share difference, 56%, which means almost 2/3, 2 out of every 3 voters are voting for the BJP when it's a Lok Sabha election. This is drastically different. It comes down to in the early 30s. So the BJP loses 20% vote share when it's a Vidhan Sabha election. The India Alliance, despite both of these parties, Congress and Aam Aadmi Party joining hands, it still manages just about 40% vote share. And in the News 18 poll, this 40% is stuck there. It's stuck at 40%. In fact, the NDAs has gone up from 56 to 58, so which means it has increased. But I think Tehseen is right. You look at the New Delhi constituency, Meenakshi Lekhi's sitting MP has been dropped. South Delhi, Ramesh Biduri, sitting MP, has been dropped. You look at West Delhi, Parvesh Verma, sitting MP, has been dropped. Northwest Delhi, Hansraj Hans, sitting MP, has been dropped. Chandni Chowk, Harshvardhan, who was the health minister, he's been dropped, and he's been a multiple-term MP from Chandni Chowk. The only constituency in Delhi where the MP has not been changed is Manoj Tiwari. Has he done such exceptional work that he can't be changed? Or is it a caste dynamic? Because in Northeast Delhi, there's a huge proportion of Purvanchali vote. I don't know what the reason is, but there's got to be a logic to this.
See, and not just that, one of the things, Ajay Alok, you have to take this criticism. When it comes to Delhi, your local candidates are not delivering. Be it in Vidhan Sabha or in Lok Sabha, the faces are not delivering in their constituencies. The BJP does not change their candidates until unless it does a survey and figures out their winnability.
Yeah, it's a fact.
So it's a sapphire every time, and this is PM Modi is on the ticket. That's 8-10% of the vote, but the rest of the vote should come from the candidate. No, why is the incumbent not there in the candidate list? Ajay Alok. Then we go to the Aam Aadmi Party after this. Yeah.
Well, every political party has strategy when they give tickets, and we all do different kind of surveys, and different kind of feedbacks are taken from every constituency at multiple levels, and then only the ticket distribution is taken into care of. First of all, see, repeating candidate, we have repeated almost 60%, 70% of the candidate till now what we have announced. And if you see the tradition of BJP since 2014 onwards, whether it's state election or whether a national election, every time there is a repeat, there is a fresh face, there is a fresh candidate in almost 30 to 35%.
But Ajay ji, Delhi में तो 6 में से 7 बदले हैं, 30 to 35% नहीं है ना, 7 में से 6 बदले हैं. It's almost
एक average. हाँ, मैं एक average बोल रहा हूँ.
नहीं पर मैं तो दिल्ली की बात कर रहा हूँ. I'm talking purely. Right now we are focusing on Delhi. Delhi में आप हर बार देखिए 7 में से 5 या 6 तो बदलते ही हैं, और दिल्ली में आप हर बार देखिए विधानसभा में बीजेपी मार खाती है. So that means there's a problem with the local candidature, no local cadre and local performance.
Sahib Singh Verma's son has been.
I guess definitely I don't hesitate in accepting that yes, in Vidhan Sabha election and the Lok Sabha elections, the perception of the people is not the same what it used to be. Like they don't consider us. They never for the last 2 elections consecutively. Maybe the fault lies within us, and we are trying to rectify it. And in this election, you will see the difference.
Very
the perception also changes, and we are trying to change the perception.
Panelists are saying very gracious of you to accept Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the ticket is a big plus for the BJP, sir. But for the Aam Aadmi Party, that's a big minus.
So that's a big plus.
Because
Where's the doubt about
irrespective of Mr.
Kejriwal
Kejriwal being the Chief Minister of Delhi, you're not getting a single seat, Abhinandita ji. And this is where I asked you the same thing. The confidence in the AAP as a national party, representing people at the center in parliament, is that diminishing? Is that on the wane?
You're on mute, Abhinandita. You have to unmute, please.
Thanks. I think, like I said about Punjab, I think we'll come back to these polls after the election results. Look, the electorate also evolves. And it takes time for an electorate to start electing a party. For example, when the people of Delhi gave us the first mandate, the second mandate, and then they finally gave us the MCD. Now we are pretty certain that we are going to actually get more than, many more seats than what you show at the moment. And you will be surprised that, these our candidates are going to defeat some of the big names on the list that the BJP has. What is happening in Delhi is that on the one hand, the people of Delhi are seeing how the Aam Aadmi Party is working, for better or worse, despite all the allegations, despite, putting us in jail, despite all the problems that the BJP via the Lieutenant Governor or anything else, the Aam Aadmi Party has been consistently working day and night, has been present in the public. That is a huge difference. At the moment, the cadre that the Aam Aadmi Party has on the ground, and I can speak with a lot of certainty about Delhi since we're based here. I don't think any other party has that sort of a cadre. I think everybody will agree to that. It takes some time for the voters to actually shift and give somebody a second chance. Believe me, like, people in Delhi are really offended by the way in which the central government is going after, our party, going after our ministers, going after ministers who would actually transform their lives for the better and so on. So I think people of Delhi are going to actually, give the BJP a taste of their own medicine.
So this whole charge, Dr. Anand Ranganathan, this charge of IT, CBI, ED being unleashed on the opposition.
Invoking the public, but where is the public's response?
Exactly, the
Why
numbers
isn't
still
the
remain the
public
same.
out on the street saying, release Mr. Sisodia, he built all our schools, he did such a great job. But there's one quick point that I want to make. You see, this business of changing incumbents, this is actually adding to the Modi factor, the trust factor, his credibility, that he, before even the person gets to the electorate, he himself punishes you. This adds to the Modi mystique. Let's look at it from the other side. You see Mr. Markan getting a ticket again. He got it another time before. The BJP is coming out as a more democratic party, in fact, in the process, in the eyes of the public. They say, okay, if you don't perform up to the level of the headmaster, Mr. Modi, you're going to get zero and you're out. It's like the Indian cricket team. People who don't perform are out. The captain doesn't change. The captain still wins you the match. He just uses different horses.
Dr. Anand.
I just wanted to make a couple of points. One, I mean, when the AAP spokesperson says that, look, the people are seeing how, the AAP ministers, are being targeted. Does she mean to say that the Supreme Court and the High Court are targeting the AAP ministers because they are the ones who are denying bail? So if the government and its agencies was doing something wrong, then is the fact that the Supreme Court is overlooking that, which means that you're criticizing the courts, in which case, say it openly. But I think what Rahul has said is true. I think the optics is something that the Prime Minister is completely aware of. And, he goes by his timeline, because day before yesterday, he praised ML Khattar. Yesterday, he replaced him. So basically,
it's a simple question. What kind of a leader, I'm asking, what kind of a leader punishes those who don't perform?
Yes.
An honest one.
Yeah.
And how does Mr. Modi score on the honesty sweepstakes?
Yeah.
You saw the number.
Yeah, 70. It's the highest. No, the
QED.
other aspect. See, please, Dr. Ranganathan, one quick point.
Yeah.
Mr. ML Khattar, when this survey happened, was the Chief Minister of Haryana.
Right.
And BJP was taking all 10 seats in Haryana when Khattar was the Chief Minister.
Yes. And
without
the coalition.
Yeah, without the coalition. And the other aspect is that ML Khattar has been credited by the Prime Minister for the work that he's done in Haryana, because the scam job, pay your money and gone is gone. Now this is the approval rating of the Prime Minister. Look at that, 73% is honesty.
I am sorry, that
honesty cares about people. Two most important aspects are breaching the 70 number. Everything is around the 70% number.
I strongly object to this number, and I'll tell you this is nothing but perception. And I respect your opinion, but I'll tell you why.
Perception is what politics is.
I agree.
Yeah,
but please, just give me 30 seconds. Where was Mr. Modi's honesty or the BJP's honesty when he said Chakki pisang to Ajit Pawar? Where is Ajit Pawar? When Chaggan Bhujbal's file got lost? When Rahul, on your show, the BJP spokesperson say about YS Chaudhary getting foreign funding from countries that harm India today, an esteemed part of BJP. When Narayan Rane's files again got lost.
Where
people who joined BJP.
Tehseen Poonawala, simple question to you, sir.
How many of them? Perception
how many of the
from
questions?
Reality.
No, Mr. Poonawala, Tehseen, this is a poll. Tehseen, one simple question, sir. Tehseen, one simple
Sure.
question. You can ask a lot. Every time you're naming somebody or the other who was with the BJP or is now with the BJP, it's not Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's being dishonest. In this case, sir, the person who's got only a 27% approval rating is currently still, since 2015, after being charged by the Delhi High Court, is out on bail.
I'm sorry.
So I'm just saying
that's a very wrong
So I'm just asking. I'm asking.
When
No,
you
please.
take somebody that you
Prime
yourself
Minister
have-
Narendra Modi has never had a single question mark on his integrity and his honesty, and that is what is reflecting. The other part,
No,
what Rahul is
many
trying to
people
say
say
is
Modani issue is a question mark on his integrity. See, I'm not, please, no one here in politics is an angel, okay? Politicians are opportunists. They manage perception. They're in the business of managing perception because perception dictates how people vote at the end of the day. It's unfortunate that there is no leader in the opposition that is trusted by the public to deliver a credible message. That's the fundamental
Perceived
problem.
angels and perceived demons.
This survey, if I can just say, this survey is startling and very revealing, because I personally consider Modi as not honest. And I'll tell you why, because even though he personally has not indulged in a scam, he has overlooked corrupt people. He's inducted them. It's, as I said, it's no longer a washing machine. BJP is a dhobi ghat now, full-fledged one. So the fact that the public has overwhelmingly rejected the idea that Modi is dishonest is very revealing. Very revealing. You have to respect that, Tehseen.
And this is a perceptorial survey comparing two people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, fundamentally, people believe. Now, whether it's right, it's the fact or not, it's immaterial. People believe.
I mean, you
that
can't
Mr.
call them
Modi
basket of deplorables and
No, I agree with you. And I think that's where the India Alliance has completely lost the plot. The only thing the India Alliance did together as a communication department was to boycott Anchor. Beyond that, tell me one strategy of the India Alliance
How
that has
can you
worked.
expect the India
I
Alliance
agree
to
with
win
you.
on honesty when they are constantly accusing the
Others? I agree.
the ally of being
Of
corrupt?
fighting, including on your show.
Going to
Including on your
elections.
show.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, Anand, what I want to add here is that look, one, this shows you what constitutes brand Modi, the definition of brand Modi itself. Second is, these numbers are coming after 10 years in power. Now imagine 10 years after Manmohan Singh in power, what Modi's numbers were and Manmohan Singh's numbers were. Look at this. We have to see this in that context.
So it would be very revealing if a survey had been conducted. Do you believe Dr. Manmohan Singh is honest? Because personally he had an image of honesty, but he was overseeing a government that was the most
here's the one thing. Here's the one thing.
Even though Mr. Manmohan Singh himself was,
Here's the one thing that we all have to see. Prime
That's
Minister Narendra Modi's approval ratings are at 59%. Okay,
Crazy.
After 10 years in power, they are at 59%. A lot of people said in 2014 or 2019 it was somewhere around 70%. So that means there is a little bit of an erosion which PM Modi himself will be looking at, as sharp as an astute politician that he is. And whether or not this washing machine Dobighat jibe remains or whether there will be a thorough cleanup, we'll have to wait and watch. We're going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, what if we say, let's take the seat share or the seat revelation that we've done up a little. It's right now overall out of 272 seats, that's the halfway mark, 543 seats of the Lok Sabha. We are telling you right now it's 97 to the NDA, 59 to the INDI alliance, 6 to the others. Overall, it's nearly about, what if we take the total number of seat projections to nearly 250? If one big state that has 80 seats to the Lok Sabha, what will be the result there? Will it take the NDA and the BJP past 150, 160, or will it shrink down or stay inside 140? Uttar Pradesh ke man ki baat. What is it that they have told the News 18 mega opinion poll? Coming up right now after the break. Stay with us. Ready? Huh? It's the biggest opinion poll on the News 18 network. 162 seats across 9 states gave the NDA the edge. Revealed tonight, opinion of 12 more states. It does not get bigger than this. Stay tuned for part 2 of the mega opinion poll. वापस करेंगे ना ये तो आज रात का बोल रहे हैं ना नहीं गेव एनडीए है ना अक्रॉस 9 स्टेट्स आज 9 किया है ना हमने आज 9 किया है ना 9 हाँ तो ये अभी का है 260 चलो रेडी It's the biggest opinion poll on the News 18 network. 242 seats across 10 states, giving the NDA the edge. 10 है कि 9 है? 10 है कि 9 है? 9 ही है ना? आज 9 है. Sorry. Biggest opinion poll on the News 18 network. 242 seats across 9 states gave the NDA the edge. Revealed tonight. Opinion of 12 more states. It does not get bigger than this. Stay tuned for part 2 of the mega opinion poll. Back on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Anand Darsuman, with me Zaka Jacob and Rahul Shivshankar. But the state that we need to now talk about, that could perhaps turn the tables or perhaps change the momentum altogether. 162 out of 543 seats so far, 97 to the NDA. The India Alliance also in the hunt with near about 60 seats. But now let's talk about Uttar Pradesh. The big single state, 80 seats. The last time around, the NDA had 62 seats there. 62 seats the last time around. This time, 80 on 80 is the target. How much do they get on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll in Uttar Pradesh? What is Uttar Pradesh ke man ki baat? Ladies and gentlemen, dil tham ke baithiye, because this number will also startle you. 77 seats. 77 seats for the NDA. Only 2 for the INDI alliance. 1 goes to the BSP. The INDI alliance ka supra saaf, swept away altogether. The Yogi Modi combine or the Modi Yogi combine. And add to that, we'll see if that's going to be a talking point. Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lala, the Bhavya Ram Mandir built. 77 seats to the NDA, and then that surge, ladies and gentlemen, out of 242 seats, the number really jumps for the NDA and the BJP. Let's look at the vote share. 80 seatein Uttar Pradesh ki, 57% vote share. Nearly a 60% vote share for the NDA, 26% for the INDI alliance, that is the Congress and the Samajwadi Party, 9% for the BSP, 8% others. The BJP is taking Uttar Pradesh, and how? 62 last time, 77 this time, 15 more seats added. The Modi plus Yogi juggernaut rolling through Uttar Pradesh. And does this now take the BJP not just close to the 272 number, further closer to the 272 number. But does this now put it in pole position to do better than 303? That's the big question. Uttar Pradesh, where are they winning it? How are they winning it? Which regions? Zaka Jacobs got all of it on the magic wall. Zaka.
This is a staggering result. This is better than what the BJP did even in 2014. 2019, as Anand said, they came down to 62 out of 80, which is still commendable. 2014, it was 71 out of 80. This time, it's 77 out of 80. Only 3 seats going to the opposition. Where are the gains coming from? The India Alliance and the BSP getting 1 seat each in the Awadh region. This is Lucknow and around that area. So this could potentially be, we don't know, this could potentially be the Raebareli seat, perhaps. And BSP, we don't know which this seat is. The only other seat that is going, 1 seat in Purvanchal, which again could be Azamgarh, which has been traditionally a Samajwadi Party seat. So 1 seat in Purvanchal. Everywhere else, Bundelkhand, Doab, Ruhelkhand, Western UP, where people are talking about Jat anger and all of that, none of that seems to matter because it's a complete clean sweep as far as the BJP is concerned. Like I said, it is the BJP's best ever performance in Uttar Pradesh, even better than 2014. Rahul Shivshankar, what do you make of this?
Well, I don't think I'm surprised. Look at the 2 assembly elections that have taken place, and the BJP has grown strength from strength. It's gone beyond its own expectations, perhaps of its own self. I think fundamentally what you have to look at is very closely the implosion of the India Alliance, the declining credibility of the satrapies really at one level in Uttar Pradesh. This was a state where the BJP was up against regional parties, and regional parties, as we know, have bettered in straight contest both the national parties, the BJP, as well as the Congress in election after election. This is a massive turnaround for the BJP and consolidation against parties that it traditionally did not do well against. And it has implications for other states in India where the BJP will be up against regional parties like Bengal, maybe even Orissa, and especially 2 or 3 states in the south. So I think fundamentally brand Modi and of course Yogi are combining here effectively. There has been, if you just look, as I've been telling you from the moment we started this broadcast really, in the Hindi belt, specifically in what is sometimes, and I don't agree with it, called the cow belt, pejoratively, the rate of A, growth, B, the Human Development Index surveys, 3, the poverty, disparity and alleviation figures that have come out, the consumption levels, these are all rural, traditionally what were known as Bimaru states, across all these indices. And just 2 days ago, we put out a very interesting survey about built-up surfaces in all these particular states, particularly in Uttar Pradesh and the Hindi belt, run by the PMEAC, explained by Shamika Ravi, which showed that built-up surface area, infrastructure we are talking about, real infrastructure and homes, have increased in some constituencies in Uttar Pradesh by 20%. Anand, 20%. It's astounding. So obviously there is work on the ground, and you can argue about how much work, whether it is kept up with the BJP's own targets, etc. But there has been work.
But the fact is that in a state where everything was 0 or at minus, when even if you are up to 20, that's a significant improvement in the lives of the people. The other aspect, one of the states that we discussed this, suffered during COVID. But benefited because of the food security and also PM Awaaz. That is about ground up infrastructure that's being built. Big gains in Uttar Pradesh. Anand Ranganathan, Nalin and Tehsil. Then we go to our guests also who are through with
this.
To
start off with, in the immortal words of Rahul Gandhi, okay, Tata, Khatam, bye-bye.
The lead is open to 1/3 now, 60 and 174. Nearly 3 times the lead, nearly 3 times.
But as Rahul said, it's almost like a perfect teamwork with garnishing of the Ram temple effect on top. When people say, how is this combination Modi and Yogi working time and again in UP, I will give you some data. You remember, Anand, about a couple of years ago or 1.5 years ago, there were these terrible riots in Jahangirpuri in Delhi. and I think your crew went to Jahangir Puri and asked the people, and you know what they said? They said, "हमें बिजली पानी नहीं चाहिए, हमें योगी दो, हमें योगी दो." That tells you what people want above everything else is law and order, is stability, is peace of mind. A, Yogi has given it. B, out of all the central schemes that Modi has given, maximum benefit has been taken by UP. And you talk about the base effect, of course, because you have the poverty maximum in UP and Bihar. But almost a third of Ayushman health cards, almost a third of gas cylinders, almost a third of toilets have been built in UP. And not even talking of the highways and infrastructure that Rahul was talking of. So the base is solid foundation. People have seen that the delivery is astonishing. And on top of that, the Ram effect, Ram temple effect is the maximum in UP.
We will talk about the Ram temple effect in just a bit. How much do you think, Vikas versus Vishwas, which is the factor that's translating into such huge gains for the BJP?
In Uttar Pradesh, the BJP is by far the most socially representative party across all social indicators barring Muslims, number one. Number two, like Anand was saying, in the social welfare schemes, PM Awaaz, about 26 million houses have been approved. A significant proportion of them have been in UP. UP has been far ahead of other states in implementation and of government schemes, but because it came from such a low base, the rate of change has been significantly high. So that made a huge difference. Women voters. Significant rise of BJP is linked to the rise of women voters who have been the biggest beneficiaries of these schemes. So in that sense, when you add all of this together, and in your survey, by the way, Anand shows that the three biggest issues for voters are what? Jobs, law and order is the second one. Now, if you look at law and order, when in the UP election of 2022, when Yogi won the greatest victory ever of the BJP in that state, the only thing you heard when you traveled across the state was law and order. Second thing you heard was ration tail, right? That was all because of what happened in the COVID safety net. So what we are seeing is that in between 2014 to 2024, the model that the BJP started in 2014, it was an anti-incumbency thing, right? But in 2019, the BJP grew roots in UP. In 2022, that model deepened further, and now we are seeing that expanding even further, both at a social coalition level and at a development level.
One small point. When you talk of a Vikas, Anand, you also talked of Vishwas, and I think that's very important to make. He may not get Muslim votes, but the fact remains that even Muslims and their community acknowledges that maximum benefit of all these schemes proportionately has gone to the Muslims in UP.
I want to add something to a very interesting point you said. On Muslim vote, when I was looking at the fine print of this survey, it showed a surprisingly high number of Muslim votes for BJP.
Really?
It's significantly higher than the UP election of 2022. And in fact, the survey has been mapped Shia voters as well as Sunni voters. And while of course Shia voters were more, that traditionally they voted more for BJP, but the rise in Sunni voters from a much lower base is significantly high.
Among women, the Pashmandas will come into play. They are the ones who have gained the maximum out of the Labh or the Labharti. Sudhanshu Trivedi, member Rajya Sabha, MP, also and also national spokesperson of the BJP with us. We'll also try and thank Nalin for joining us at this point. Shantanu Gupta will be joining us. Dr. Anand Ranganathan and Tehseen Poonawala stay on. Sudhanshu ji, namaste. The numbers are saying a 15 seat bump up compared to the last time around, and the best ever Lok Sabha performance for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh.
Actually, Anand, if you look in 2014 was adjusted the best ever performance. Then 2019 proved to be further high in terms of percentage of vote, though we declined a little bit on the seats. Now it is again going to be the best performance as per you. But my point of interest is the 3 seats which you are showing, 2 to India Alliance and 1 to BSP. Which are those 2 seats? I think the Amethi and Raebareli is not surfacing in this. And other seats which are considered to be very stronghold of Samajwadi Party's first family, Etah, Etawah, Mainpuri and Azamgarh, and then the Azam Khan's Garh, Rampur, I think they are all also not coming. So it becomes a very significant point of interest that which 2 seats as per your survey they are getting. And I would like to say, as you were discussing, UP was considered to be a Bimaru state, but that was not just the truth. As Anand Ranganathan was saying, the first and foremost thing in Uttar Pradesh was law and order. And the biggest change after our government came in Delhi under Modi ji and our government came in UP under Yogi ji, it has transformed UP. I would like to remind to the several viewers, there was a film, the name was Company 20 years back, which was based on Mumbai's underworld. And in that, a police cop officer was saying that nowadays it has become very difficult to identify the shooters because they used to come. There was a scene that a person is coming, someone was giving money, then a sound of a shot, and the person is again going on a bus, and there was a milestone, Azamgarh 500 kilometers. This was the image of Uttar Pradesh. And now the same Uttar Pradesh is that where mafias used to file the petition in the court that they are safe in the Punjab jail. They don't want to go in Uttar Pradesh jail. And the same Azamgarh has said, Maharaja Suhel Dev State University, same Azamgarh as Prime Minister has inaugurated the airport, expressway. मतलब ज़माना बदल गया और इसीलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, whatever you are saying, we got 42% vote, 38-39% in 2014. Then further we improved the share in 2019. Now as per survey it is crossing 57%. But we hope that we will be able to touch 60% vote, जिसे यूपी की भाषा पर कहेंगे 100 में 60 हमारा है और बाकी में बंटवारा है.
But Ghanshyam Tiwari is also with us, national spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Your thoughts on the News 18 mega opinion poll? 77 seats to the BJP, 2 to the INDI alliance, 1 to the BSP. You're on mute, Ghanshyam.
Good evening, Anand, to you, the fellow co-panelists and the viewers. It's a good wish list that BJP has had when they say 400 par. But the people of India are saying 420 par. इस बार 420 ही करने वाले लोगों को पार कर देंगे. And Sudhanshu ji very eloquently was talking about again a dreamland of Uttar Pradesh. But the real land of Uttar Pradesh is who's flashing the gun? Who flashed the guns on farmers and then ran his jeep on them? And what is the status of that person? That person will be campaigning for BJP, for his own father, who by the way is no saint. He had serious charges, criminal charges on him, and he is Minister of State in this government. Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh is also not a saint. He is a leading campaigner for BJP. अब Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh और Smriti Irani दोनों ही मोदी जी का परिवार हैं. And daughters of Uttar Pradesh are asking that ये जो बेटियां हैं उत्तर प्रदेश की, whose father has to commit suicide because rapes happened, they died, and not a single person in Uttar Pradesh government flinched a muscle. ये किसकी परिवार है? Where 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 22, 23, 24, has any year passed where at least 50 lakh students have not been affected by an exam paper leak? Whose family are these students? If you believe that a government that destroys the livelihood of the youth, where youth today are lining up to work in war zone in Israel, what a shame it is, where their careers are destroyed with paper leak, where daughters' confidence and esteem is destroyed with leaders like Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh. Beti Bachao is a dhamki rather than a slogan, where BJP is helter-skelter finding allies who will not oppose BJP firing on farmers with drones. Have you ever heard in any country across the world? Sudhanshu ji has traveled across the world. Has any country seen a picture where farmers are being fired upon through drones? Any country? No. If with this kind of episode, BJP believes that there will be 400 par, it's 420 par. That is why they are hiding behind electoral bonds. Who is hiding behind electoral bonds? This Maha Ghotala, where the entire government stands naked in the court. Who's hiding? It is the BJP.
So I want to make 2 points. One second. Ghanshyam, can we bring it back to the poll, please? As per the poll, you can dispute these figures. It's entirely up to you. You can say these are completely bogus figures. That is entirely up to you. But as per the poll, Samajwadi Party is not even winning in its strongholds. Seats like Maipuri, Itawa, their entire belt in the central part of the state, which is the gut of your first family, even those seats, the Samajwadi Party is finding it difficult to retain. The only retention seat is Azamgarh, which is in the eastern part of the state. That should worry you. And I'll also ask the panelists this. This is the first election I'm seeing, as we welcome Shantanu Gupta also here, the official biographer of Yogi Adityanath. The first election that I am seeing where the BSP's vote share has collapsed. It is less than 10%. BSP's vote share is 9% and change. It has never happened in the history of Uttar Pradesh, Vidhan Sabha election or even parliamentary elections, where BSP's vote has come down to single digits. These, to me, just as stunning as the BJP's performance is, 77, which as Sudhanshu Trivedi said, higher than what they got in 2014. Along with these two storylines, the storyline of Samajwadi Party losing in its family bastions and the storyline of the BSP's vote share completely collapsing are also worth talking about. So Shantanu Gupta first, and then I'll go back to both the other political guests. Yeah, Shantanu Gupta.
I think Zaka, UP is the best example for double engine ki sarkar. In UP, when I go to the streets, they say, Lala Modi Yogi ye scheme de diyo. So Modi Yogi works like a pair there, right? Be it law and order, there are 41 schemes of Modi government, but UP is number one. I think I was hearing Anand was saying that. Infrastructure, I don't realize, I was born and brought up in Muradabad, Rampur, Sambhal area. I don't realize that these are UP roads when I travel to Bundelkhand Expressway, Purvanchal Expressway, and now the upcoming Ganga Expressway. When EOD, ease of doing business ranking, we came second. I was like literally amazed, like did we rig it? Or then we realized, oh my God, it's a ranking. So the ranking, we were only one in Gundagardi. We were only one to inspire Bollywood movies, right, as someone was saying. So I think this is the best example. In fact, I joined late. I just want to wonder, like, what are these 3 seats?
So
must be Azamgarh,
again, we are not predicting the seats, but from the regions, I think you can make out one is Azamgarh, which is the Purvanchal wala seat. One is Rai Bareli, which is the Awadh wala seat, and the BSP seat. We don't know which is the BSP seat, but that's also in Awadh.
These are the 4 seats. I think Azamgarh, Sambhal, Rampur, Mainpuri. Sambhal, in fact, BJP had never won. Azamgarh and Rampur they won during by-polls, but in Azamgarh, there's Guddu Jamali factor, which he has joined Samajwadi Party now. So I think Modi Yogi ka kaam or Ram ka naam mila ke, I think now the consolidation is happening. People are voting like beneficiary voter now, and people are voting like Hindu voters now instead of caste voters.
फिर राम के नाम से कुछ याद आया, ये भी जरा आपको बता दें that the विश्वास factor, how much of an importance is this and how much of a significance is this? Is Ram Mandir a symbol of national pride and unity? Is a question that we ask, ladies and gentlemen. We ask this question, is Ram Mandir a symbol of national pride and unity? Let's try and look at the responses. Let's try and see who said what and what were the numbers, what is the number that came through. Let's try and look at this number. Is Ram Mandir a symbol of national pride and unity? 64% have said yes. 20% have said no. Can't say 16%. So the Ram Mandir effect is pan-India, ladies and gentlemen. But Ayodhya is in Uttar Pradesh. Pran Pratishtha happened. There was a the jibe at the BJP was कि मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, तारीख नहीं बताएंगे. Then the Pran Pratishtha happened, or the Shilanyas happened. Pran Pratishtha has happened. This factor, how significant, how big is this as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned? Tehseen Poonawala, is it a factor or not?
Of course, it's a factor, especially in UP, and Ram is a factor across India. Tell me a state in India which doesn't have a town or a city that starts with Ram. So Ram is a massive factor. Ram is a cultural factor. But I do think that the voters of UP and the voters of India will ask the question, a fundamental question that Ghanshyam asked. Are those unemployed? And I know that UP will say unemployment is very high, which is not true because people are migrating to Russia and Israel for jobs. Are they Ram's children or no? Those who died in COVID, one second, those who died in COVID, are they Ram's children or no? Those who today are suffering the worst pandemic after COVID, where every second person your viewer knows is dying of a heart attack, a young guy, getting a brain stroke, and the government of India does nothing about it. Are they Ram's children or no? Has the Prime Minister conveyed one meeting of all neighboring states in northern India to ask about the pollution problem, where young kids today are exposed to inhalers, which should be the last thing, where cancer is an actual pandemic in North India, and particularly in Delhi, and your viewers will have somebody in Delhi who's got cancer. Are they Ram's children or no? If you don't want to deal on these issues, you want to make it about issues that Sudhanshu ji spoke about, which aren't real issues, that don't actually show development, because none of that data can be substantiated. Wow. And fine, I agree with it.
Okay,
now, Sudhanshu ji and
before Sudhanshu ji responds, Anand Ranganathan right next to you. All right.
Yes, as I said, Tehseen is a member of my family, but when I have data, he has Annadata. And I don't want to say whose Annadata I am talking about. What are you talking about? Giving anecdotal data. I just gave you hard data points that even you cannot refute, even you. The unemployment figures I gave you, the inflation figures I gave you. And let me come back to what Mr. Ghanshyam said. I did not. Don't interrupt.
But I didn't.
Let him complete.
When rhetorically you ask, wo bhi Ram ke bacche the, wo bhi Ram ke bacche the, please don't treat voters' opinion like that. Now, number two,
didn't give me data.
Please, one important point I want to make. When Ghanshyam talked about corruption, The problem with corruption, Anand, is that when you allege someone is corrupt, if it doesn't stick, it boomerangs. Now, they've been trying this Modi is corrupt for eons and it has not stuck. The same issue that Ghanshyam talked of, Tehseen also talks of.
71% believe he's honest.
Not only that, when he
Over 1
talks
lakh
about,
respondents,
okay, there I am against what the opinion is, but I'm
But
giving
that's
you
the people's opinion, no?
Absolutely, and
Correct.
one must respect it. But I'm giving you a concrete example. Both Tehseen and Ghanshyam raked up this issue of anonymous electoral bonds, saying BJP is corrupt because it has garnered money through it. Now, I ask you a simple question. I am a corrupt lawyer. I have corrupt practices. You declare I am corrupt. Will you hire me? The answer is no. So, Ghanshyam and Tehseen both have to answer why, if they believe electoral anonymous bonds were corrupt and unfair and BJP is corrupt because it used them, why did Congress and Samajwadi Party use them as well? People are asking this question, Tehseen.
The answer is we got lesser share.
We got lesser share.
That's not the answer. That's not the answer.
Okay,
No,
so
that's not it.
what's the answer?
I'll give you the answer.
Yeah, what's the answer?
One second.
Should we have used it?
Of course they should have taken it. Of course they should have taken it.
Unbelievable. You were against it.
No, I am still against it.
BJP should not have taken
Now you don't interrupt.
I give up.
No, of course you should give up.
उसको ज्यादा कैसे मिला? उसको ज्यादा कैसे मिला? और किसने उसको ज्यादा
दिया?
No,
Anand.
Rahul, remember
Okay, let's take it out of the studio. Let's take it out of the studio. Sudhanshu ji.
You cannot make a rhetorical point and get away with it.
One second.
Allow me to answer the question.
See, we've got the benefit of being in studio. Tessie, one second. We've got the benefit of being in studio. There are guests who are joining from outside. Let's listen to them.
Allow the answer to come.
Let's listen to them. देखो उसको कैसे मिला और उसको दिया किसने? These are two aspects which is perhaps rankling. We don't know. Sudhanshu ji, please respond. जी. इसीलिए कहते हैं सर सुधांशु जी आपको स्टूडियो में but
I would like to respond with the figures what Anand Ranganathan has said. We have got 6,000 something crore rupees as electoral bonds and Congress got 1,133 crores from electoral bonds. And Trinamool Congress, who is just a one state party, has got 1,092 crore rupees. Correct. So I would like to ask, we got 6 times more than Congress. Congress got 1/6 of us. But is Congress status is just 1/6? They are 1/10 of us. And even if by proportion to Tehseen, I would like, they are having 52 seats, we are having 303. So 6 times है ना? बड़ी बता दीजिए
इसीलिए तो 6
बड़ी मजे की बात है you are having such a illogical thing. You are getting 1,000 crore rupees and you are saying it is wrong, it is black money. And at least you are asking BJP to tell, then these parties should have come and told, no, we don't want and we are delivering this. At least we should return it. This creates a crisis of credibility among the masses that you say something else and do something else. And another aspect I would like to say, एक चीज और बोल दूं, just one sentence. देखिए जो कुछ बोला इन्होंने घनश्याम जी ने और तहसीन जी ने, बट मैं पूछना चाहता हूं इनमें से किसी मुद्दे को लेकर इंडी ने बोला है, इंडिया अलायंस ने, कि हम इसके लिए लड़ रहे हैं कि वी विल ब्रिंग बेटर प्रॉस्पेरिटी, वी विल क्लीन द पॉलिसी? ना, सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों से लड़ना है, मोदी को हराना है. देयर आल्सो द क्राइसिस ऑफ क्रेडिबिलिटी. मतलब कहना तो है मोदी को हराना है, सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों से देश को बचाना है, और टीवी पे आके कहना है प्रदूषण बचाना है, पर्यावरण ठीक करना है, और उसमें भी बाय एनी पैरामीटर बीजेपी इज मच डन बेटर. जो अभी शांतनु गुप्ता ने बोला तो मुझे याद आया, अरे यूपी के बारे में क्या क्या फिल्में बनती थी. जिला गाजियाबाद, मिर्जापुर, लखनऊ सेंट्रल, ओंकारा. अरे भैया सिर्फ यूपी को क्रिमिनल स्टेट बना के रखा हुआ था, और आज यूपी में ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बन रहा है इन द डिफेंस कॉरिडोर, विच इज इंटरमीडिएट रेंज बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल, विच इज गोइंग टू बी एक्सपोर्टेड even to Philippines. We have become the first country which has started exporting. So there is a huge difference which has been brought here. But unfortunately, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोला था पार्लियामेंट में कि तुम्हें इस बात का यकीन ही नहीं है कि तुम्हारे पैरों के नीचे जमीन ही नहीं.
Can I take quickly. 5 seconds? Can I take
5 seconds.
Because you know, when Sudhanshu ji rightly talked about who is raking this communalism issue, another issue. One despicable statement I have to say has come out of Arvind Kejriwal here. Maybe out of context we are discussing UP, but I have to say this because it is testamount.
It was reported in the papers.
And this is ANI I am quoting. Kejriwal is saying, when And first of all, he's wrong. He's saying there are approximately 3 crore people put together who are minorities in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh. Are these people going to come to India through CA? And he says, how will we give them jobs? The job meant for our people will go to them. The whole law and order situation will crumble. There will be a rise in cases of robberies and rapes. This is the kind of language he is using about a few 10,000 of harried and persecuted Hindu, Christian and Sikh refugees.
But can I say something? On the same issue,
who is raking
when
it?
the centre flagged that Rohingya refugees have
Correct.
been flagged up by intelligence agencies as perhaps being the agents of various diabolical elements, the same lot said no, give them citizenship.
Yes.
No, give them. Not just that. The
I don't think
Citizenship
anyone's after
Amendment
citizenship,
Act has a caveat.
Rahul, I don't think
it
anyone's after
stops at
citizenship.
31st December 2014.
Yes.
It's who were there
It's an
before that, not
amnesty.
after that. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, the conversation continues on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, ladies and gentlemen. 242 seats. 242 seats. The NDA now racing away almost a 3-time lead or 3 times lead over the India Alliance and the opposition. 174 seats out of 242 going into the NDA. So this arc racing closer to the halfway mark of 242. 61 to the INDI Alliance, so they need to get a bump up. Are they going to stop short of 100? We have to wait and watch. There are 12 more states, 301 seats more that we are going to get you the projections based on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. See you after the break. Stay with us. Back on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll, the most comprehensive, exhaustive, widespread, and also the effort of the largest private news network in Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. It's an effort of the News 18 Poll Hub. More than 1,10,000 respondents. It's personal interviews, computer-aided personal interviews across 518 Lok Sabha constituencies covering 21 states. So tracking 95% of the total strength of the Lok Sabha. And we have gone down to at least 3 Vidhan Sabha seats or constituencies of every Lok Sabha seat. That's how comprehensive this effort is, and we have so far declared the results and the opinion, the mood of the voter ahead of Lok Sabha 2024 across 9 states. So total of 242 seats where the NDA has taken an almost 3-time lead, 174 to 61 compared to the opposition, the INDI alliance. Let's look at Uttar Pradesh that's actually swung it straight in favor of the ruling disposition or the incumbent at this point. 71 seats in 2014, 62 seats in 2019. It is 77 seats this time around in Uttar Pradesh. Out of the 80 seats, UP jo jeet gaya, sarkar uski. This has been always a thought process. But in this case, these 77 seats could propel the BJP and the NDA closer to 370 and 400 respectively. 400 पार के लिए 70 पार यूपी में आवश्यक था, यहाँ 75 पार हो गया है. 77, ladies and gentlemen, 77 to the NDA, 2 to the INDI alliance, 1 to the BSP, and a near 60% vote share, 57% to the NDA. INDI alliance 26%, BSP 9%. Before we break it down for you, where are these 15-seat gains with Zaka on the magic wall? Rahul Shivshankar. Yes.
So let me just sum this up, all the numbers that we've called. In the north, in the 7 states, the BJP has 167 out of 183 that we've projected, which is a strike rate of 91%. So you've already gone up by roughly 1.5% over 2019. 4 states are yet to be called. That we'll tell you about tomorrow. Overall, out of 242 seats that we have called, the BJP is up by 11 over its 2019 tally. It now needs 56 out of 301 seats that we will project to get to 370. That is what Mr. Modi has set for the BJP. In other words, it needs roughly to pick up 1 out of 4.8 seats as we go ahead into day 2 tomorrow of this opinion poll. So 370, at least as of now, looks very probable.
No, but just a caveat. Tomorrow's states are the states where the BJP is not in the front runner position.
I'm just saying.
Bengal, Odisha,
I'm just saying mathematical probability is that it just needs to pick up 1 in 4.8 seats to get to 370. Can it do it? Can it not?
Look at how the benchmark has shifted. You have to get 272. Last time they had
It's already
303. 370 नहीं पहुंचे भाई 310 भी पहुंच गए. It will be the best ever, and the 3rd time they are going
it's
back
already
for a mandate.
outperforming itself 2019 by 11 seats.
I hope the camera pans, because before the UP results that you showed, the Sarnath lions were very staid and very placid. Now I can bet you they're growling.
No, the lions remain the same. Perception is different. Like opinion poll is the voters' perception, this is Anand Ranganathan's perception of the lions.
So what this tells you, Anand, what
numbers.
this tells you, if these numbers continue to hold, the strike rate continues to hold, this is a vote for Mr. Modi over 10 years.
Yes.
And this was last seen, as I've been saying, this kind of pro-incumbency sentiment, even on the back of what at that time was a catastrophic development for Indira Gandhi in 1971. Just before 1971, there was a massive split in the Congress, Congress O and Congress R. Indira Gandhi came back with 48% of the vote. The BJP, if it performs at this level, you will see obviously a 4 or 5% bump up in its vote share from 2019, which will equal roughly what Indira Gandhi achieved. Of course, the Prime Minister will be only the 2nd Indian Prime Minister after Nehru to get 3 terms in office.
To get 3 terms.
So this will be a clear pro-incumbency verdict, and which is coming after many years, 3 consecutive
Yeah,
terms.
there'll be some people at VDM who will be very upset at these at these responses. But let's go across to Zakir Jacob and let's bring the spotlight back. We look at the All India picture and talk about it again over the last 5-10 minutes of this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. But now, right now, let's try and understand. They slipped from 71 to 62 between 2014 to 2019. Now they're going up from 62 to 77. So it's a 15-seat bump up. Where are they getting those seats?
So if you look at
at whose cost?
Last
Yes,
time around in the 2019 election, the BSP had 10 seats at an almost 20% vote share, and the Samajwadi Party had 5 seats at 13% vote share. Now, I want to look at the Samajwadi Party seats. If you go back and just click on the UPA seats, look at the Samajwadi Party seats. These are, family bastions for the Samajwadi Party. And, Shantanu was talking about it. Seats like Sambal, Rampur, these are, Rampur, for example, Azam Khan. I don't think Azam Khan and his family have lost that seat in at least the last 4 or 5 elections. So Sambal, Rampur, Moradabad, these are 3 in the western UP belt. There is, of course, Maipuri right in the heart, which Mulayam Singh Yadav last time around won, and then subsequently it was retained by the Samajwadi Party. And then in the Purvanchal side, they had 1 seat, which is the Azamgarh seat. Akhilesh Yadav had won it last time around, and then, of course, they lost that subsequently in a by-election. So these are the 5 seats that the Samajwadi Party had. If you want to go back and check the BSP, because the BSP, remember, BSP and SP were in alliance in 2019. The BSP had 10 seats. Again, a cluster of seats here in Western UP from Saharanpur. Then they had Bijnor, they had Amroha, Nagina. These are 4 or 5 seats that they had in Western UP, which is the Jat plus Muslim combination. So clearly, the BSP benefited from the Samajwadi Party tie-up simply because some of the Muslim and Yadav votes there in Western UP did transfer to BSP candidates. Also, they had a cluster of votes in Purvanchal as well as in the Awadh belt. So, for example, Jaunpur was won by the BJP, Ambedkar Nagar was won by the BSP, Lalganj was won by the BSP candidate, Ghazipur which was a big upset. Manoj Sinha was a sitting candidate at that time. He was expected to win in this BJP wave. He lost to to the BSP candidate. Afzal Ansari won that seat from Gosi again, and then Shravasti was the other seat. So it's clear that the BSP, which had 10, is coming down to 1 seat. Now, we don't know which of these 10 that they're losing, which of these 10 that they're winning that 1 seat. But more importantly, I think the vote share of the BSP, which was 18.94, almost 19%, and it has always hovered around that 20% mark. In this poll, in the 2024 opinion poll, it has come down to just 9%. Its vote share has halved. So, which means the storyline is the Jatav Dalits. Last election, it was about the non-Jatav Dalits. In this election, if these numbers hold and the BSP's vote share is halved, then even the Jatav Dalits have moved to the BJP.
Amitabh Tiwari is with us. Amitabh ji, thank you for your patience. Your thoughts, sir, on the UP numbers?
See, essentially, BJP has a stronger alliance in UP than compared to last time because you have RLD and SBSP. Whereas the India bloc has a weaker alliance because RLD has hopped on from India to NDA and SBSP is not part of this alliance. Now, BJP has made a dent into the BSP vote bank. See, for India bloc to win, because more than 2/3 of the seats which BJP won last time in 2019 were there where BJP got more than 50% vote share. So for any bloc to defeat BJP in UP, it has to make a dent in BJP's vote bank, and that is clearly not happening because it has built a social coalition of non-Yadav OBCs, non-Jatavs and the upper caste. And this time it seems that due to the weakening of the BSP, it was a question in everybody's mind who will gain. Clearly the BJP is gaining because 9% out of the 9% decline of BSP, 7% is going to the BJP. Right. So even some of the Jatav Dalits are moving to the BJP here, and UP is a perfect cocktail of BJP strategy. So you have the foundation of Hindutva, you have Modi and Yogi, which I call as Modi Yogi square, MY square versus the MY of Samajwadi Party. You have a large beneficiary pool, and you have also the strong network or the cadre base which has been rejuvenated after the inauguration.
So please weigh in. I'm bringing it into the studio and Amitabh ji just chip in, okay? We may not be able to see you, so we may not remember. So just jump in at that. Ghanshyam Tiwari also, I'll just go across. I'm just quickly asking you. Ghanshyam Tiwari. Yes, Ghanshyam ji.
Well, I will just say 3 sentences quickly in this long debate where I have no time being offered. लश्कर भी तुम्हारा है, सरदार भी तुम्हारा है, तुम झूठ को सच लिख दो, अखबार तुम्हारा है. The point is very simple, that here, for some reason, people don't want to tell the viewers that in 2022 February, Samajwadi Party got nearly 3 crore votes. BJP, the MY square or whatever you want to call it, got 3 crore 80 lakh votes. And now you are announcing here that after exam leaks, after Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh, after firing at the farmers, those 3 crore votes that Samajwadi Party got will lead to 2 seats. Good luck. As I said, that this is a good wish list for BJP, but the fact is that 3 crore votes are intact and more voters will join them so that this ab ki baar 400 BC par will be a reality on the ground.
But one second. There's a fundamental difference. In this election, people are voting for who will be the next Prime Minister. Surely Akhilesh Yadav is not in their calculation to be the next Prime Minister. So the voter of India, the voter of Uttar Pradesh is smart enough, is smart enough to make that choice कि ये national election है, national election के लिए we vote differently. I think we should give the voter that much.
On the point, his maths, I need to challenge his maths. 1 second, I need to challenge you. You can challenge me after that. The last election in 2019 was contested with the BSP. With the BSP. So you got a lot of votes. Excuse me,
2022.
Sir,
I said 2022.
The 2022 election you had
RLD and
RLD, exactly.
Rajbhar.
Yes, how many votes did they get? You have the numbers.
And was that the Lok Sabha
point
election?
is,
it was not the Lok Sabha election. It was the assembly election where, sir, in the assembly election,
why is you comparing Lok Sabha
in the assembly
with-
election,
That's
you are the odd
also
No,
You
that's
are
exactly
the
what
other
Zaka
pole.
was saying. Let Ghanshyam Tiwari respond. Ghanshyam Tiwari, the fact is, as Zaka is saying and everybody else is saying, right now, Akhilesh Yadav is not on the ticket to be Prime Minister. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who's on the ticket to be Prime Minister again. लोक सभा और विधानसभा में फर्क तो होगा. ये तो आप देखेंगे, अगर 3 वहां पर अगर आप हार गए, 2022 में आप हारे, तो यहाँ तो आप हारेंगे ही ना.
So you are saying, and your viewers have to agree with you if you are saying that. As I said, Lashkar bhi tumhara hai, Sardar bhi tumhara hai.
नहीं, I'm asking you. No, the question is to you, Ghanshyam Tiwari. Would you not concede that when it comes to Lok Sabha, the challenge for the Samajwadi Party becomes a little more steep?
Yes,
let's try and understand this.
Yes, allow me to complete.
Yes, please.
Because Samajwadi Party is responsible for this massive unemployment. Samajwadi Party is firing at the farmers. Samajwadi Party has people mowing down farmers. Samajwadi Party has Braj Bhushan Sharan Singh. What are we talking about? You are saying that these 3 crore voters who voted for Modi in 2022 also, right? 3 crore 80 lakhs and then 3 crore voters voted for Akhilesh Yadav.
3 crore 80 lakh voters voted largely for Yogi with an influence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi when it comes to Vidhan Sabha. Yes, PM Modi was always on the ticket, but now it is Prime Minister Narendra Modi
Madhya Pradesh,
with a little
by
bit
that
of
example,
influence
in
of
Madhya Pradesh, where the BJP got more vote share than the Congress, but lost the election, by that yardstick, the Congress should not have won the election where Kamal Nath was
Can I make
the chief ministerial candidate.
That's bizarre. You know, this jibe, although with due respect, you know, sarkar tumhari hai, newspaper tumhara hai, propaganda. You know, this thing can work in 1 election, can work in 2 elections. For it to work in 3 elections, to beat anti-incumbency 3 times round, people are not fools and idiots. They have to see something. Let me give you one example. 11 years ago, Obamacare started. In 11 years, it has inducted 40 million Americans. Modi Care or Ayushman Bharat scheme started 6 years ago. You know, right now, the population more than the population of America. 360 million Indians have Ayushman health card.
No, 1 second.
60 million Indians have been operated.
1 second.
Please,
let me give you straight data. No, let me give you
People are
straight
seeing
data.
this.
Why do you not allow us to counter data? Why do you not allow us to counter data?
Let him complete and then counter.
Can I please
But allow me
finish?
to count, because
Yeah,
I'll tell
you
you
will
what happens.
counter,
You give her data, then he say, but you don't have
Tesi,
data to give. So let me
I
count
didn't
it.
say any of that. So
You did.
I didn't even know that you're going to counter it.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to counter brute facts, then be my guest. But the
I will.
fact of the matter is, a population more than the population of America right now has health insurance with a cover of 5 lakhs. A population more than the population of United Kingdom has been operated on this Ayushman Health scheme. Are people fools? Can they not see this? 360 million Indians have a health insurance now. 60 million have been operated on it. Most of them women. I mean, you know, you can say propaganda works, 1 election, 2 elections. Something is there that is beating anti-incumbency 3 times round.
Okay, decisive.
10 lakh dead patients. 10 lakh dead patients. 1 million dead patients got treatment under Ayushman Bharat. That's a fraud. It's not being investigated. Number 2, 60%.
Who is saying this? Who is saying this?
Obviously, the government is not investigating and the media is not picking it up.
So, how did you get the
The state governments have put it out. Those have come and the frauds have come out.
And let me tell you, the state governments were against the number of COVID deaths, by the way. It was Kerala. It was the Congress-ruled government that said the inflated numbers by WHO are wrong. The state government.
And the 10 lakh dead people was a CAG report of the Ayushman Bharat, the CAG report. How many times did you bring it up? 60%.
Seriously check that.
Here's the CAG report. I put it in front of you. I knew you would challenge.
Look, the portal is wire. Enough said.
It's a CAG report. It's a CAG report. Now you can say that. The CAG report said it. It's a CAG report.
सरकार भी तुम्हारी है, अखबार भी तुम्हारा है. There are a lot of jibes. 2017 में सरकार किसकी थी, अखबार किसका था, headline किसका था और result क्या हुआ? A lot of people know, so let's not go down that route. You know, to call the other side is quite rich.
But you
know, when you yourself cannot carve yourself in glory. Yeah, good point. No, who said?
I think my humble request to Ghanshyam Tiwari, let's compare apple to apple. Let's compare 2014 to 19 to 2024. If you compare Vidhan Sabha to Lok Sabha, you will get skewed result. Yeah. But if you want to compare Vidhan Sabha to Lok Sabha, even then you had Rajbhar then, who had influence in almost 30 seats then. You had RLD then, and now you don't have RLD. So the whole Western UP with the Jat vote now is combined with the BJP's Jat vote. Rajbhar vote, Nishad vote, Apna Dal. So BJP coalition is far more cohesive than the NDA alliance, right? So that's why I'm saying, even if you compare 22 to 24, BJP is shooting at far more stronger alliances of smaller castes.
Compare Vidhan Sabha to Lok Sabha, sometimes it's unfair because the factors are, a lot of the factors vary, and that's been seen state after state. Even states which have simultaneous assembly Lok Sabha elections return different responses. So let's not undermine the intelligence of the voter. Ladies and gentlemen, quickly what we're going to do is give you the India picture so far. 9 states, 242 seats is what we have shown to you so far. How do they stack up? Rahul Shankar was just giving you a breakup of the largely North India Hindi belt, where the BJP seems to have returned a better strike rate than the last time around. Let's dwell on these numbers a little more. Let's try and call it up if we can. Let's try and call up the numbers. Let's try and look at this. So this is the India picture so far on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. The News 18 Mega Opinion Poll says 242 out of 543 numbers, 174 for the NDA, 61 for the INDI alliance, 7 for the others. Of these, the breakup, as Rahul Shankar was addressing a little while ago. Let's go back and repeat these as we look at the big numbers. We're putting the state-by-state numbers at the bottom of our screen, starting with Bihar. Go on, Rahul. Let's break that down again in terms of strike rate.
Let's break it down by region first. The North. Out of 183 seats that have been projected on day one of this opinion survey, the BJP has picked up 167. Now, I'm not talking about the NDA, I'm just talking about the BJP. They've picked up 167, which is a strike rate of 91% across 7 states of the North. These states exclude 4 states, which we have not taken in. Overall, out of 242 seats, BJP is up by 11 seats from 2019. Because you add the tally from the South also. It now needs 56 out of 301 to get to 370 out of the 301 yet to be projected seats. It requires just 56 to get to 370.
That's sorry, wrong math. 174 is what they are on right now. If they need to get to 370, they need to get 200 out of 301 that needs to be projected.
I'm only doing BJP.
No, even with BJP.
Yeah.
The 174 is what 167 is what they have now. If they need to get to 370, they need 200 more seats.
200 more seats.
Yeah. So they basically need to win 200 out of the 301 that have not been declared so far.
Yes.
So which means they need to win 2 out of every 3 seats that we will declare tomorrow.
That's right. That to get to 370.
To get to 370.
Yes.
370.
Very
Anand,
tough.
tight,
Very
very
unlikely.
tight.
Yeah,
But they just need 100 to get to 270 in a simple majority.
Yeah.
So they
That's
need 1 out of 3.
1 out of 3
to get to a simple majority.
Yes.
That's what I
Yes.
think he was trying to
Yes.
say.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
one
No,
out of
thanks-
three,
thanks for
one out of
correcting
three
me.
seats
Thanks.
to get to a simple majority.
Two out of
if,
three.
And if they're anywhere between 1 out of 3 or 1.5, then they cross their last
Their
time's
last
tally of
tally.
303.
And 2 is then they achieve
And
the
they
prime
cross
minister's target.
and they get to a place where they return their best ever figure, and that best ever figure is something maybe short of 370, but it's way past the halfway mark, and then they're far more comfortable. So this is where it is at this point in time.
Anand, a tiny trivia. Zaka was mentioning about the Shravasti seat, so I can't stop my temptation of mentioning the candidate. It's Saket Mishra, the son of Nipendra Mishra ji. So that's an interesting candidate, 20 years of banker. And it's a very rural seat, and he contesting there will be a lovely contest.
It will be but overall, if you look at these numbers, and these numbers they were assessed in February 2024. Now, would you see an addition or an attrition? Let's start with Dr. Ranganathan, Tehseen Poonawalla, and we'll take it outside or let's start with Amitabh Tiwari. Amitabh Tiwari, this survey was conducted sometime in February. The numbers have been collated, and this is where we are in somewhere in mid-March. Do you see the rate at which things are going, the momentum to shift away from the BJP or add on to the BJP? Do you think there will be more factors that will influence the voter between now and when the votes are polled? Do you see the BJP getting close to what the Prime Minister has set as target, that is 370?
See, essentially, the momentum in the past 15 days to 1 month has been with the BJP because of the addition of allies like TDP, Janasena, etc. And your own survey as of now is showing that the NDA is gaining 20 seats. See, for BJP to get 370 or 400 for the NDA, it needs to maintain its 303 tally of 2019, which your survey is showing that it is largely maintaining, and it is gaining 20 seats, 13 seats in UP, because last time Apna Dal had also won 2 seats, and 7 seats from the south, which is 5 from Tamil Nadu and 2 from Kerala. So that's very important, because for 370 or 400 they need to gain seats in south, which your survey is showing, and perhaps tomorrow we'll have to see whether it is gaining in the east as well. But it's a 3-tier strategy of RAM, which is regain, attain and maintain. They need to maintain, they need to regain the lost seats in 2019 which they had won in 2014, and they need to attain, that is they need to add on to seats in the south and the eastern part of India.
Is the opposition going to mount a serious challenge, Tehseen, given the mood of the voter based on this opinion poll? This is February 2024. Do you think the opposition is going to get anywhere close to even 150 seats?
I do respect this opinion poll. It shows a direction, but I believe very, very firmly they've got some. An opinion poll get it wrong. Everyone got Chhattisgarh wrong. They said Congress was winning. I do believe the results will stun the country. Not only will the opposition do extremely well, I am very, very confident in Uttar Pradesh. The breakup of the BSP seats, the BSP vote share, which I don't doubt, coming down to 9% or perhaps below that, will actually shift to the Congress and the SP. I don't think the BJP is gaining as it seems to gain. I do agree that the BJP is closer to the halfway mark, but I still think the opposition is in a fight if they can raise the right issues. One last thing on Ayushman Bharat, just in Uttar Pradesh, 40% of the cards do not vote. 40% again a CAG report. That is the Modi guarantee, Modi delivery. When keys were handed over of a house, the PM Ayushman, the PM Yojana, Awaaz Yojana, the woman tells on camera that the MP people took 30% money. On camera she said it. So they had to pay 30% bribe. That's the state of affairs in Uttar Pradesh. Sure, there is a hype. I'm not disputing the hype. Sure, there has been some delivery. No government does not do delivery. But this is
I've got to wind up, ladies and gentlemen. We just
Poonawalla?
pause. This is
How
part
many
one.
Vidhan Sabha elections have you won after 2014 as a Congress retained? How many states?
0. I agree with you. And therefore I'm saying, but they've won you, and therefore I'm saying the opposition can win this.
If there is enough to puncture holes in the claims of the ruling disposition, then the opposition is perhaps not doing its job of doing of puncturing the holes. So till then,
it takes you back to the first graphic.
The other aspect is,
who do you trust to deliver the message?
Yeah, who you trust, not just trust to deliver the message. For every 9% or 1% who's saying there was corruption, there are 10 people who say at least I've got a house now. So now which of this factor works? I'm not saying it's okay for corruption. It should not be there. We're going to wind up.
Anand Ranganathan. And there were some very challenging elections.
Let's go back to 1970. Let's go back to 1970.
No, it's not going back. It's not going back. I'm just saying.
Final word, we need to wrap up, guys.
UP. Okay, we are running out of time. Running out of time.
We'll call you back again tomorrow.
Exactly 10 seconds, Anand Ranganathan.
This is why I love Tehseen. PM Awaaz Yojana has made 44 million homes. Tehseen talks about one home. Case closed.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've talked about 9 states here on part 1 of the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll. 242 seats, 174 to the NDA, 12 more states left, and yes, 301 seats to show to you. This is how the arc looks, and in this case, right now, the BJP and the NDA are surging towards this halfway mark. It's not 370, ladies and gentlemen, it's 272. If they cross 272, they are back in power. How far and how better can they do? Or can they do better than 2019? That we'll wait and watch on the News 18 Mega Opinion Poll Part 2 here on the News 18 Network on Friday, 6 p.m. onwards. See you then.